Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
Inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Welcome everybody to the final day of CGL's GOATS tournament. We are here back in the EU region, and Loki, we are down to the final 4 teams remaining, and right now we're going to decide the very first slot that we're going to see in our grand finals. It is SRP Czech versus German Crusaders, and just looking at just the names that are on this team, Loki, these teams are incredibly stacked.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, it feels like we're getting a grand finals here in winners finals. I mean, we've got Hattie playing for German Crusaders. German Crusaders actually bringing multiple Ex Oblivione players. We've got level 1 Crook coming back from here. We got Ensom, or Ice, as I was, coming from Sheer Cold. Like, this is a stacked team. Also, also got Soax coming from Ex Oblivione. Like, German Crusaders is literally an Ex Oblivione All-Stars team with a couple extra people thrown in for spice, and I could not be more excited. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Cloudy, Ariel, Vistola, Cloud, Admiral, and Ghost for SRP Czech. I mean, that's... Vistola Zarya alone would make for a stacked roster. Throw in the rest of that, and we've got a hell of a match.
It is going to be one hell of a match, and I'm very excited because we're going to see, like, obviously Hadi, we're going to see them on the Reinhardt, but Santa Banana is going to be the one that's going to match them on the Reinhardt, who, by the way, has been very impressive from everything I've seen throughout the last couple of weekends. I'm extremely excited to see what they could do because Reinhardt is obviously a very important part of this composition, but, obviously, before we fully head into things, we should kind of take a quick look at the journey because, remember, there was a total of 16 teams that were originally in this, and now we are down to 4. You see down below currently MME, Overwatch, and Smilvin in your area, currently playing their loser semifinals to determine who's going to face the loser of this to secure that second spot into the grand finals. And I mean, just look at the people that, I mean, SRP Czech specifically had to go through. Obviously, KSA they get through, but MME and Smilvin back to back like that, those are tough teams. We saw them both last night. Those are very tough teams to go against, and they went through them and did so very successfully.
Yeah, I mean, an insane talent pool here that we've whittled down to our final 4 Championship Sunday. MME Overwatch, one of the only teams that's taken a map off of one of the 2 teams we have in these finals. They're in losers semifinals at the moment. We'll be seeing the winner between them and the loser here. So, if you watch this match, you need to attach to one of these teams, but they lose, don't worry, we're going to be following them down to those losers finals right after this. Winner gets straight on to Grands, which will be on after that. I mean, this is a incredible distillation of talent. We've taken the best and the brightest in the EU and GOATS, and we've whittled it down to this roster right here. With that, though, we can take a look at our maps. We're going to go ahead and swing our way onto Nepal, which we've seen our starting map a couple of different times, and every single time it's provided a really wide experience of GOATS.
Yeah, it 100% has, and it creates different lanes in which you will do different rotations. You might try slightly different styles in terms of how much you take aggression. But obviously, as we head over to Village, this is a map that is very direct, very much in your face. A lot of these teams elect to go to the high ground area on that top right, and the fight will likely go by extremely quickly in that scenario because if you split off from your team, you drop off on the high ground, you're just making them weaker. You're not just avoiding death. You are physically making your team weaker, and it is that easy to fall apart.
Yeah, here in Village, I think I love this one the most for GOATs, especially because it just pushes you all on to the point. There's no room to maneuver. There's not really any big rotations here after first fight. You're pretty much just in a boxing ring for the entire thing, as Santa actually wants to take us right to point, it looks like. I said that first fight does have a little bit of funny rotations. Looks like we are going to get some.
Yeah, I actually kind of like it a lot. So now they force the rotation, which means they're there first, and just like that, Soaks is going to be caught up almost instantaneously. They're going to run down, and you see that separation right away. Level 1 Crook went the other way. They immediately got isolated and taken out. Just like that, despite losing Ghost, that should be the only person they end up losing. Just finding this last couple, Hottie going to be taken out. SRP check forced the uncomfortable rotation from German Crusaders, and they're going to take that first cap.
And you never want to be losing your Brig first. Brig is all of the sustain, they're the main healing, they power this comp more than anything else, providing all of the sustain you need. If you lose them first before getting any resources out, you're not going to have a good time.
Yep, you see Crook right now just trying to make sure they get some charge before they go in here. Make sure they have both those bubbles ready to go, and already you see the rotation ready to go. German Crusaders want to do the exact same thing, but the thing is, they're not making it nearly as quick because they're just going to focus on doing a fast rotation directly to point from there, but even so, a little slow, a bit sloppy in some retrospects, but that is kind of fine in this scenario because SRP check in their own right aren't really fully together themselves, but here we go. These teams coming together, this fight ready to go under Blaze any moment, just waiting for the aggression to come through from German Crusaders specifically because we're at 40% and counting, and they're just getting ready to touch this point, so yeah, beats online a lot. Actually, you know what? A lot online for SRP check. Almost 6 ults ready to go here. The Shatter comes through. It's going to find Crook in the background, going to take them out. Immediately going to lose the Zarya. Those bubbles are gone. All that damage and charge is gone. The bomb's going to come online as well. Not going to find anything as we see the investment of the grab as well as the beam from SRP check. This fight should be very winnable for them right now as they're just trying to find somebody to come in on. Ghost is forced to use the Transcendence as well, and Loki, so far for SRP check, they're holding on very strong in this fight.
Incredibly strong, one of the longest fights I've ever seen in GOATs, but it's starting to look like it's falling one way or the other. German Crusaders starting to gain, or as I was, lose some members on that one, and so finally at the end, SRP check looks like they're going to close us out here, as I don't know there's a time for another strong fight. We went through basically every ult in the game there, every rotation. At the end of the day, though, when you take a fight that long, you lose out on the chance to take it more, and I don't know there's any threats coming through here. Yeah, not going to happen. Incredible job by SRP check, though, to take that fight as long as they did. I really have to give credit there to the support line. That Transcendence and Beat were timed perfectly on their end. Congratulations to Admiral and Ghost. The sustain there, just immaculate. They timed that Zen Transcendence especially so incredibly well, just holding it all the way down until people's health bars got that, hit about 50%, that halfway point, which starts to tick over into unsustainability. Pop it perfectly for the stain, get everyone back up. They know there's no big tanklets they have to worry about in that moment, and so by getting everyone moving that perfectly and allowing them to keep up that level of aggression they were playing at with no downtime, able to just swing through that fight in very clean regards.
Yep. On the other side of the coin, we see German Crusaders come through. Rotations have not been clean so far in this very first round, but now they're taking this fight in the middle ground. That's going to be a nice boop to knock them away, but we do see Vestola is going to land back on the platform, so still alive, and in fact, Hottie going to be the first one to go. So you lose your Ron, you lose that shield, you lose pretty much all that protection for German Crusaders. A big chance it can all fall apart. Looking to find some kind of boop, unfortunately. Nothing to be found as Santa Banana going to swing away, get a couple of their own, and SRP check again going to take the first cap and already coming up on 3 of their ultimates.
SR Peachek's doing such a good job of separating in the early fight, making someone peel off, putting some target out of position so that they can focus either them down or focus on someone else. They did it last time with rotations, this time with ability usage and CC, and they're looking so clean on it. This early fight is something that German Crusaders has to figure out a way to combat.
Yep, I don't know if they know Santa Banana has a shatter ready to go because they've had it for a minute, by the way. Like, this is not just 2 seconds ago. They've had this. Here comes that relic coming through. The shatter comes online. Going to find a couple, but nobody going to go down as a result of it. We do see that bomb come online. The grab directly after the fact. The bomb, as a matter of fact, a ton being invested into this fight overall, especially now from German Crusaders, who have invested 3 ultimates to try to make this happen. But for the time being, they have to throw in a Transcendence as well. And that was really just to stay alive and to back up. So they use 3, nearly 4 or 5 ultimates, and it results in nothing, Loki.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the fight you want to be looking at here. Ult advantage completely on the side of Peachek at the moment. And Hadi, about to say they were struggling to stay alive, but what an insane shatter!
That's fantastic, but the counter shatter is equally as good, finding 2. Nobody being taken down. Santa Vanna hoping to find somebody on that pin, but just gonna take the trade out now as the bomb comes online and the swings. Eventually gonna find some value. Ghost hoping to kick somebody off the edge. Not gonna be successful though. A big investment from both teams, but German Crusaders do come out the other side, and that took a lot to come away with that one, Loki.
I mean, we've been excited to see the Zarias and Ryans on both of these teams, and they are performing immaculately right now. Great grab to win that fight and set us up here. Early fight, though, Hadi has to be a little bit more careful. They're going in a little bit too deep and aggressive right now, and their team's not able to support them. This pin, though, might be able to find something.
He has the shatter again, by the way. He's at 92%. He's literally going to have the shatter again any moment, but they are dropping like flies, so no need to use it. They're going to be wiped away. Just a lonely little baby diva going to be kept away from his team, and they're just going to let him go back and just swap off at that point. You have no reason to mess with them. Just let them take the long way back home, but they are going to eventually catch up with them.
Yeah, I feel like that play just sticks into what we've been saying. Like, that's a really aggressive play, but it leaves the team unprotected. And look at this! Shattering!
Oh my god, but we do see online the beat comes through, Ghost stays alive, and in fact is going to get up their Transcendence to be able to keep things going here. But that is all the investment they have. The counter shatter goes through. Cloud's going to be the only one caught, but they are not going to go down. The bomb is set in the background. A nice grab where it's at, and it's going to catch Sox in the background. But you've already lost Ghost and Santa, so this is going to be an extremely tough fight to come back from as it's still flying back and forth. You force the Transcendence out of Aussie as well, which is fantastic. You have them all crowded in the corner, but I think just that grab might have been a slight over-investment as the Sola going to go down, and SR Peachek going to have to take another reset. Potentially a big wasted ult there.
I mean, I don't hate it. You've got to fish for those kind of plays. If you swing that ult and you get the win, you win the entire game right there. You don't have to play any more fights. You don't have to work through it. So I don't want to say over-investment. I think that's a good play, but it does mean we're rolling into this next one without that ever-important grab from Visola. It's going to have to come off of this a rally and a great bomb, and usually bomb has to be combined with something to get a play, but nobody!
His former teammate on the Spitfire, Admiral, knocking him off the edge, but it's given right back to Santa Banana, back to the 5v5, and we see another boom! Aku has now found 2 of their own, looking to try to find a third somewhere, just flying across this map. And for the time being, German Crusaders have a big chance to reset, and SR Peachek are going to have a tough time potentially touching this point, but they're actually just grouped up and ready to go, so final fight on the line, low-key, it's going to all come down to this.
One last thing, both teams charged up in ults. There's no neutral fight here. The only problem, they have to get on the point. SR Peachek.
Yep, overtime is brought into place. We see the bubble used on Ariel to make sure that they stay alive. And it's another boom! Just Santa Banana! The grab's gonna prevent anybody from touching the point. German Crusaders bring it back for round 2 and will force the 3rd round. What a performance, not just from our fellow Reinhardts within Hadi and Santa, but just the amount of Lucio play that came through between Aku and Admiral. And I don't know if you saw the little 3K bomb from Ariel at the it appeared on the top right for a second. That was kind of cool.
It's a little, hat on a hat there at the end. giving us a little bit of a touch of spice. But I think the standout players there, bar none, Admiral and Aku, the environmentals are popping and the tanks are getting a little bit diff there. I think every single last one of those fights went in without a Reinhardt. No goats in the goats, if you will. Like, I don't know how you have goats without the hammer swinging, and it does look like German Crusaders able to take that one here as we swing right into the elephant.
Yeah, and we see the aggression out the gate from SRP check. A nice pin, but a counter pin onto Crook is going to take care of them. I saw that crouch there. I saw that, Santa. You can't hide from me. And now we're to see the cleanup. Soaks going to try to survive, and it's doing a good job doing so, but unfortunately just prolonging their life and eventually just going to have to go off the cliff. And Cloud is actually going to get all that charge for knocking Soaks off the edge there.
Yeah, that's really, really good charge to get. Environmental charge is nothing to scoff at. That's why you see divas especially working for it anytime anyone's staggering themselves. They'll come in, get their own little boop, get the extra charge in, because it really does make a huge difference in the grand scheme of things. But now, Santa Banana, look at this, almost to a charge and basically lapping Hadi about it.
Yeah, Hadi literally has nothing to work with in terms of charge, but Santa just one more swing and they will have it. I don't know if they expect it, and at that same time, I don't know if they even need it. They already get of Aussie. You see that shatter come through anyway. It's going to catch onto Soaks and onto Crook, both of them going to be shredded down, and it's just Hadi and their diva to try to get away to tell the story. It's looking like they will indeed get out, but here's the thing. This has been the entire match of Nepal. SRP Check is controlling this pace heavily.
Yeah, no, SRP Tech doing a really good job of changing the pace onto German Crusaders, taking long fights, taking an aggression at the start and separating. The neutral fight and low ult fight is definitely going SRP Tech's way right now.
Yep, and we see them coming nearly 60% all ready to go. We see the grab come through, the beacon to be used in return. A nice counter shatter to knock them away. Only gonna find Santa, and they're gonna eventually drop as well. This is German Crusaders' chance to come into this, take over this point. For SRP Check, you just need to take the reset. Don't bother using anything, take the reset, but they're gonna double down and invest anyway. They're gonna get grabbed directly after the point as well. Admiral being shredded away, but thankfully being kept alive for a short while. Just really hoping Santa can make their way back as Ariel's gonna send up the bomb, hoping to find somebody, and for some reason Soaks get caught. But Hadi's there with the shatter, gonna hopefully find somebody out of it. The pin not gonna register, but Santa is still going to go down. So it's a big investment from both teams overall, but it's looking like we should be able to see the cleanup from the rest of German Crusaders. But as I say that, Aussie goes down. This is still a really back and forth fight. Bastola goes down, but gets rid of two before they do. And this entire back and forth, neither of these teams want to give this up. Eventually, Santa Banana coming back into the fight, swinging away, and this may be the beginning of the end coming soon. The grab, trying to hold them off for as long as humanly possible, but the number games finally playing into the advantage of SRP Check. Just a couple more members to go down. Hadi trying to find something to shatter. Not finding anything in Loki. Neither of these teams want to give up.
I mean, it's Vistola all day, pulling it back right here with the damage. Swinging us right into this ending, and with that, I don't know we're gonna see too much more. Amazing play there by Vistola. Vistola realizing if you lose the early fight, if you die first, your late fight, that big stagger at the end, is better on your end. If you can stay alive, get a pick here and there, you can win those fights just off of the nature of the fact that you died first. You have spawn advantage. You're such a great job there, playing exactly within their own means. They don't push the aggression too much, but they stay just where they need to be to get their beam damage to, you know, charge down all of those targets one by one. They end up getting 2 kills about it, and that's just enough for SRP Check to come back in with the timing to get Santa Banana back in, ready to swing. German Crusaders there, a really valiant effort. You know, they throw the Grav in right at the end, but Grav without the Reinhardt and the Brig just isn't what you want it to be. It's too easily blocked away by another team's Reinhardt. SRP Check playing that insanely well. Anytime a player recognizes the spawn advantage in their positioning, I'm blown away, impressed. I mean, we knew Vistola was special, and this is just capping that off. And next up, Take a wild guess at what map we might be playing.
Yeah, we've been playing this game the last 2 weeks of what could possibly be our map. And one of these times, I was hoping one of these times we could be very sarcastic and play this off, and not just say, "Oh, we're going to Blizzard World," but no, we're going to Kings Row again. It's Kings Row. This is German Crusaders pick, aka this is Hadi's pick. I don't think Hadi wants to go anywhere but Kings Row.
Hadi wants to play Kings?
If Hadi wants to play Kings? Crazy talk. What do you mean?
I don't believe you.
But I mean, I am excited because I want to see German Crusaders. The one thing I really want to see is them begin to control the pace. Because if we look at all 3 rounds that went down on Nepal, every single one, SRP Czech won the first couple of fights. Even the one that German Crusaders won, the Inside Sanctum, they still took a couple fights to take over the point, and it wasn't clean either. It came down to 99-99, and I do expect more out of the names I do see on this team. Yes, you do have SRP Czech on the other side. It is an incredibly tough team, but in their own right, German Crusader has a ton of name value, a ton of talent that has had a lot of experience as well. So I want to see them pick up that pace, control that pace, and I think Kings Row is the perfect map to be able to get that momentum and pacing on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the early fight and those neutral fights are really, really, really what's winning it for SRP Czech right now. I think in mid and late and in that, macro ulting fights, these teams are really, really quite even. But because of that huge advantage SRP Czech is bringing to the table in the neutral, in the low ultimate fights, in that, early first 3 seconds of the fight, it's continuing to give them an edge throughout the rest of the map. I think Hybrid is a really good map for slowing that down a little bit, making those neutrals a little bit less important, as the map is a lot longer than a control map. We're going to be, here for 10-15 minutes rather than spending, 3 minutes on each round. And so if you want to really lengthen out these fights, lengthen out this map, which I think German Crusaders needs to do, Kings Row is the place to do it. Kings Row, you can put in a lot of extra fights if you want to. You can really build up ult charge. You can have a lot of those high ultimate fights, which German Crusaders is looking significantly better at. I do think the main thing, though, just continues to be cleaning up that early fight, playing it maybe a little bit less aggressive and not playing into what SRP Czech is throwing out.
Yep, and we see SRP Czech, they do opt for that attack again. We saw it pay off for a team like Namaste yesterday for a while, but eventually came back to bite them the next time around. So see how it works out here for SRP Czech. Looking to take a very quick fight here on this corner, immediately forcing back German Crusaders, hoping to gain themselves a tick, but we do see Hadi jump back onto the point just to make sure they don't get that first tick for free, but they're just being knocked around right now, but eventually going to find Cloud to get things going here. Gonna lose a lot of that ability to heal. Gonna hopefully be able to survive through that bubble. Santa Banana will survive temporarily, but temporary might be the key word here. They're in the middle of nowhere, but still, Vestola has found a very important pick within Aku, so you lose that Lucio, you lose the ability to get around. And remember, SRP Czech is gonna get back a lot quicker, so this fight just gonna instantly pick back up, and German Crusaders just gonna have to back up a bit and regroup for this next fight, but looky, they don't have a lot of time to work with.
No, the recontest has to happen right now. There it is, but they all get caught in the grab as well. Transcendence to help them out just a little bit. The shatter as well. I don't know that anyone really gets caught in it, though, with that Transcendence.
They don't, but now this grab has nothing to be stopped. That bomb's in the middle. It's going to get rid of nobody. We see the counter bomb from Ariel. I believe that was just to get their mech back, potentially. The SRP Czech will cap over 5 minutes on the clock. That's a really good amount of time to work with. And the most important part, Loki, they cleared the rest of German Crusaders out, so they immediately have control of the archway.
Yeah, they don't have to play with one of the best controls or one of the best choke points in this game, especially one of the best choke points for Goats, putting 3 on the cart just to try and speed it through. Love that decision. I think that's an amazing job there by SRP Czech to regroup and play that fight long, even losing their Brig before it even starts. Now their Brig almost to a rally at 99% before we even get moving, and we're going to be on second or third quarter before we even really see this fight get going.
Yeah, but we see that pin, that really aggressive pin from Hadi, and it's going to force out the Transcendence from Auzi, and here we saw that beat. Alku likely to throw in the counter beat, and there it goes. Ghost, though, still has that Transcendence ready to go, but likely going to try to save it for Crook's Graph here in a moment, because they do have it at 98%, ready to go here. The Shatter goes through. Not going to find anything from Hadi. Santa Banana on the way shortly, and here we see that investment from Ghost with the grab being brought in. That bomb being thrown in the background, hoping to find somebody. It's not going to find anybody, but Santa Banana is the one picking up the kills. They find a 3K of their own. Vestola helping with the cleanup. and it's just Crook and Aku getting away. SRP Czech still heavily controlling this pace.
Yeah, I like the idea there from German Crusaders, throwing the Transcendence to help out the aggression that Hadi's putting down. At the end of the day, though, SRP Czech recognizes that. They just pull back a little bit, let the Transcendence go, you know, give it a moment of time, just play in their own space and recharge in the moment that Transcendence is gone. Now, though, a big split by this bomb.
Yeah, it is a good split. That is the eventual payoff that is going to have. Hadi does find Santa Banana. The Shatter does come through. Literally solo shatters Vestola. That definitely wasn't personal or anything, but it's going to come down 2.22 meters. Very close to capping, but unfortunately, it's looking like SRP Czech just going to have to take the reset and go back. But SRP Czech, they got a ton of room during that as well. That was a lot of space to get.
Yeah, 3 minutes on the clock is not bad at all. I mean, we see street phase and first point really just kind of be how fast can you get it. Third point is the big time sink. So what SRP Czech is trying to do right here is just keep their time as high as possible. They really need to cap this in about the next 1 or 2 minutes for them to have a really, really strong time on this map, because third point is always going to be difficult to cap no matter what you're doing on goats.
Yep, and this is going to be a little awkward coming up for German Crusaders who don't quite have that grab bomb combo. They're going to have both the ults very nicely in place for when the grab comes up very shortly here from Vestola. Honestly, this is another one of those fights where we're going to see a ton of ultimates being used, and it's likely going to start with the grab from Crook, I would imagine, just looking for their moment to strike down. Going to be sent down, going to find a couple as we see the beat and the Transcendence brought out at the same time. We see that bomb ready to go, but both bombs going to be thrown back in. It's thrown in the back line, looking to find somebody. Aku going to be the only one caught, and a nice pin onto Sox as well, as we see Santa coming with that shatter, and it's going to be enough to clean up the rest of German Crusaders. SRP Czech going to cap, and are going to be sitting just around 3.5 minutes for the third point.
As I said, though, if you're a German Crusaders fan, don't be too worried, because third point gets brutal. You saw there, even just one fight between these two teams can take upwards of a minute, and you're expected to see about 2 or 3 fights here on this third point. Speaking of 2 or 3 fights, here's the first one. Santa Banana cleaning up as Hadi can't find onto the Diva there.
Yeah, but Santa Banana does go down. We see that 44 now, but Hadi put themselves in a weird situation for a moment, but they do get out, so SRP Czech's in a weird scenario where they just need to buy as much space and as they possibly can, and then honestly, back out a little bit. Santa Banana needs to get back before he can actually take this fight. And here comes the Shatter as he comes directly back. Crook goes down, and Hadi gets blocked by Santa. Shatter taken away, and now Vestola has this grab ready to go, but the priority right now is keeping Santa Banana up. And we see right there the beat come through from Haku to be able to support their team, keep them alive for as long as humanly possible. The split comes through, and we see a grab come through, also going to be the first one caught, and the rest being caught one by one. Ariel going to get back in their mech, and Santa Banana going to stay alive after getting desperately low. And right now, they just need to keep Crook alive, who's desperately low with the grabs getting so close, but they're not going to get it. Just corralling them into corners as they're desperately trying to survive for as long as they can. And the team of 5 coming out for potentially the final stand. We see the Transcendence come through to keep him up. Crook coming back with that Graviton Surge as well. A pin to go through. Santa Banana getting super low, but the beat going to subsidize, keep them alive for the time being, as Crook needs to hit a big grab here, just ready to go. Doesn't want to send it too far into space as the Shatter comes through under Crook, and they're not going to get to use the grab at all. Cloud managing to find the final blow, and now it's all falling apart, just hoping to lob up the bond and find somebody. Santa Banana going to be the first one caught, but that grab might be beginning of the end right then and there. Lucio tries to survive, holding out on the inside as the grab is coming back very shortly. Honestly, this is a really good stall coming through here from German Crusaders. A nice grab to be able to kind of keep things going, but unfortunately, that is all it's going to be at the end of the day. It is stalling, holding on for as much time as humanly possible. You see Santa Banana coming for the pin at the end, and nobody else should be able to touch this point. 1:22 on the clock for SRP Czech. Some amazing stall from German Crusaders, but just could never swing the fight in their direction.
No, I mean, that start of the fight, though, that first 5 seconds is what decided it here. SRP Czech does an amazing job. They have the Shatter ready to go in their back pocket. German Crusaders recognizes it. They know that's their win condition, and they have the Transcendence and want to engage aggressively. So what they do here, they throw the Transcendence on, swing directly onto Santa Banana with everything they have, get them down to about 100 health, And at perfect timing, Admiral and Ghost turn on the support ultimates. They get the beatdown, they get the Transcendence, the health ping-pongs all the way back to full. Now, German Crusaders, way too overextended. They had to kill Santa Banana in there. That was the only tank ult in the fight. If they kill Santa Banana, it doesn't matter that they engaged with Trance. They're going to win the rest of the fight. They have no problems there. So, Santa Banana ping-ponging back up, is able to crash back into an overextended German Crusaders, swing on through. They wait until they can watch level 1 Crook wanting to pull up with their own take ultimate, that Graviton. The moment they see level 1 Crook start to step up, Shatter goes down, there's no tank ults left on German Crusaders, there's no sustain left, there's no ultimates left in their back pocket. It is all SR peak check. That is the definition of a macro GOATS play by both of these teams, but SR peak check ends up playing it perfectly.
Yep. But now German Crusaders with their own opportunity to come in on the attack. So again, they want to try to take a quick fight as soon as they have their bubbles in place and they have their charge. So you're going to see them move around for a few seconds and start to come in here a little bit. Again, just poking away, forcing out resources right now. You don't have to take the most aggro fight in the world for now. Just kind of pulling around this corner. And we're going to see a very fast rotation any moment here. It's going to be very spontaneous, a bit out of nowhere, but we see Heidi cross over on the inside, but leaving the rest of their team kind of just exposed. Also going to go to instantly, and Sox directly going after them, and that split, I'm not sure if that was a planned thing, but Heidi split away from the team, and I don't think they were quite ready to rotate.
I don't think they were either. German Crusaders here and not looking clean, and now this big long stagger coming through.
They got out.
Oh no, but Hadi gets staggered actually.
Oh, and that causes more. Oh no.
That's brutal. I mean, you got to go out and try to save your Reinhardt, but now SR peak check touching spawn doors against the old London Spitfire tank. Not where you want to be in this situation.
Oh no, it's not good. But they do have to break out of here now at this point because SRP check. This is a legitimate hold area. They can come in here, but you see the counter pin on the Santa Banana, but Admiral going to keep them alive with the ultimate to keep them going. But now SRP check has a ton to invest here, ready to go. But German Crusaders all have 4 in their own right. Here comes the Shatter first and foremost. Finds Crook as the grab is brought online as well. A lot being invested here on the offense, and Ariel's gonna eat the grab coming through from Crook. The bomb coming through. Santa Banana is in such a bad situation, but thankfully the Transcendence from GOAT is going to keep them alive as Hadi gets pinned into the corner. Loses their defense, and German Crusaders might just have to rally back inside the spawn, and that's exactly what they're gonna do.
Yeah, that's the one person you didn't lose in that situation. You had to be playing for Hadi Shatter right there. They were trying to a little bit swing it on an angle to see if they can get it past Santa Banana. Santa Banana doing a really good job of recognizing that though, finding the pin, pulling their team over to fully get that kill, and then once they're gone, there's nothing left on German Crusaders' side.
Yep. Now we see Santa with their own Shatter ready to go. Hadi has it to match. These could be match-defining shatters. It comes through. It's gonna find 3 different people. Gonna try to drain them away, but it's a nice counter shatter out to Santa to prevent them from getting more kills. Unfortunately for them, Ariel does find Crook with that bomb, and Hadi not long for this world though. Santa Banana does get taken out by Aussie, and if they can take the reset, but oh no, this is probably the most devastating shatter. They had Santa dead, and now they're not gonna be able to regroup in time before Santa gets back.
I think you realistically have one good fight left here with a minute left and how long these fights have been going. And getting Cloud down first is a really good way to start.
Fantastic. They were literally on rally, 99%. But Ghost is not going to be the chance to use their Transcendence either. It is just the beat being used. And I imagine that is the last of the investment from SRP Check, who do manage to kill a ton of time for them. But German Crusaders is going to cap this thing. Maybe you're going to have something a little under 3 minutes, closer to 2.5 minutes, honestly. It is not a ton of time, but the most important thing is that they take over this archway the moment that cap comes through.
Yep. Right there, ready to go. Back onto it. German Crusaders now. I mean, the problem is now you got to get through these arches, and it doesn't look like SRP Check is going to give that easily here. Grab and Shatter the only things on the table for German Crusaders other than that Transcendence.
Yep, and Hadi, again, all it can take in a composition like this is just one good Shatter. We've seen it a couple times from these people already. Shatter comes through, one caught on each side, but the counter Shatter is so much better. Gonna find 4, a nice bit on the Soaks to be able to take them out. Ariel gonna have to throw out the bomb just to make sure they stay alive. It comes out. Not going to catch on to anybody, but honestly, it doesn't frankly need to right now. Santa just needs to be able to stay alive, taking a lot of damage, but it's still Vestola with that 90+ charge, almost 100% consistently, just able to drill through the defenses of German Crusaders.
He's there, a little bit frustrated, wants to be able to play the game. That Transcendence does a really good job of keeping everyone alive during Shatter, but it doesn't protect you against CC. That pain, so huge. You see a lot of times, the moment it's like a big CC ultimate goes out, the very first thing a tank will do is swing along behind the other team, trying to get a pain shatter into their own side.
Yep, we see a nice pin going up there, but Santa's immediately dead, and now this is their chance. The grab coming through, and there's the bomb online. This could be devastating. It comes through, but nobody ends up getting caught with it. The counter bomb over on the other side. Somehow Ghost ends up getting caught with it, though, so we're going to see the trade out between these people, but Hadi finding that pig should secure German Crusaders their win here, and they will be able to move on far ahead, and they should be able to get rid of Vestola as well. So a good pick, and they're finally going to get themselves some space, but still not a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, they get through arches. They'll probably get the second corner here, which is a fine place to be, but it's not where you want to be with this time bank. Being at this corner means you're probably going to have 2 more fights here, and with only a minute left on the table, we might see a cap in overtime unless they get a really, really clean fight here with a stagger at the end.
Yep, and as you see right now, German Crusaders, their ults are a little off in terms of their combos right now. The Shatter comes through first and foremost. It's sent back, and German Crusaders got hit for them, but nobody goes down. The counter pin onto Cloud, though, does register some damage. Hadi getting low as the Transcendence can be brought online just to make sure they stay up. And for SRP Check, this fight is going to be incredibly tough to come back from. Santa Banana getting desperately low, and they're going to be falling apart one by one. Just need to stall this car for as long as possible. And at the end of the day, that's exactly what they're going to do. And in that stall, it might give them the opportunity to touch one more time, but it might be a bit of a close one.
With your Diva dying last and your Ryan dying pretty early there, I think you have a chance to pick another fight here on this point if you want to. I don't know that you have the ultimate charge to go for it, but neither does German Crusaders. And you've had the advantage in the neutral, so might as well take it. And it does look like SRP Check wants to take one more fight here in overtime.
Yep, they're going to have that grab bomb combo, which honestly is perfect because all they're going to have to counter it is that B. There's going to be no rally, no Transcendence, and here it comes ready to go. The bomb going to be countered, potentially going to give their life for it, but it's going to pay off. SRP Check. There you see the counter shatter come through. Santa just finishing things off, and it's just Aku to hold on to the point. SRP Check come through, stop German Crusaders before the second mark, and just like that, SRP Check are 1 map away from going to the grand finals.
Just that close, doing an amazing job. And one of the main things you've got to look at is how good SRP Check's tank line is playing. Not just in terms of raw, damage in terms of kills, but the fact that they're outpacing German Crusaders support on those charges. A lot of the time when SRP Check is coming up on these big tank combos, they don't have a support ult that they have to counter out for it. It is a clean tank ult, like 80% of the time, because they're just outpacing things so incredibly hard. And then that puts German Crusaders in a really kind of rock and a hard place position where you don't just want to hold on to your Transcendence, to your beat for another cycle until German Crusaders, until SRP Check has their own tank ults ready to go. You don't just want to hold it on. That's another 1 or 2 fights that you're not charging up another beat or Transcendence. And so they're ending up using it for a lot of sustain, for a lot of aggression, for a lot of, kind of halfway plays, which isn't a bad thing. That's a great thing to do when you're outpacing the other team's tanks. When you're forced into that position, it means a lot of the time you're just not going to have the right tools in your toolbox to counter out the plays that SRP Check is going on. And this isn't a failing on German Crusader support line at all. This is a play and a concerted effort by SRP Check to consistently put their tanks in a good position where they have the ultimates that they need in the time they need, forcing German Crusaders into this position where you gotta kind of pick your poison. Do you want to hold on to these ults, or do you want to, use them in maybe not the most optimal way? It's not a great place to be in if you're that support line.
No, it's not, but kind of the system Overwatch 2 is, or more so in this GOAT's composition, it is relatively easy to get ult charge so long as you stay alive. So in a lot of situations, you can get ults like every other fight. So using it is not as damaging. It's really just in those times where you get to overtime, you get to that final fight where you need it the most, where you realize, man, maybe I should have held on to it this fight. You know, maybe I should have played here, played a little more passive to get some charge, but it's just something we're going to have to see, which we might see on what could potentially be our final map. And we are not going to 2CV because we're going to Payload, and we are going to the lovely land of Rialto, which, you know, when you think of a GOATS composition, Rialto is probably nowhere near the first map you think of. There is a lot of high grounds to work around on the first and second point. The rotations have to be a little weird, but I'm curious how these teams decide to play it, especially attacking and potentially having to do rotations on the high grounds. I'm really interested to see how that's going to go down.
I think it's probably the best escort you're going to get at the end of the day. I mean, between doing like a Havana or, you know, a Gibraltar or something, I really do think this is probably the best place you're going to be is on, you know, is right here. It's not maybe what we would define as a GOATS map, but compared to every other one, I think Rialto is the place to be. And I think Escort is a map that probably lends to what German Crusaders wants to do a little bit better. I love Hadi. I love them pushing the pace, but German Crusaders looks at their best when they're pushing the pace in a long view kind of way, where they want to play, you know, fight after fight after fight after fight. And Escort provides a lot of fights at the end of the day. Like, we saw, I think SR Peak Check had a little bit more trouble with German Crusaders on Hybrid than they did on Control. And I think, you know, if we continue to lengthen it out, they'll do even, German Crusaders will do even better here. It's just continuing to roll on. But SR Peak Check, we are going to see the Winston. That's on defense.
There's
Winston
no way.
is being
Wait,
played. That's on defense.
they're doing it!
It's Winston time. It's Winton. Winton
Yeah.
Overwatch is in the game, y'all.
Let's see how
There, that is. Ooh, I mean, they have to know now after hearing the Winston, but now,
Yeah.
ooh, Admiral's gonna. I thought Admiral might cook a little bit.
I mean,
I'm curious.
This is the first time we've seen a Winston on our stream,
Yeah.
and it plays a lot differently. You play for high ground, you play to separate the other team's goats. We really want to be looking to kill that Brig and such, as well as getting onto the Zen. And so this is going to be a very, very different playstyle than what we've seen before.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be very much like a weird almost double bubble kind of style. You're still going to play your Winston like a little bit of a brawl. You force out the Zarya bubble first, and then you drop your own bubble just to secure as much survival as possible. The issue is, though, you have to find a pick when you go in and do these things, or else it's not really going to find the value. As I see from Aku going to go down first. A nice spoof from Admiral to find two! And just like that, SRP check going to shut him down with a third from Admiral. Oh, my lord, Admirals. They have families. Let them be.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing why Santa Banana is on this Winston right here. You control the high ground so much better, and if you're not playing a Winston on the other side, there's not really a ton you can do to contest the high ground. You have to walk around stairs, and if you're playing at that point, you're just going to get, you know, counter-rotated and the map flipped on you. There's not really a great rotate that fixes the problem of high ground on this map.
Yep, and now you see them. They're being proud because this is a little awkward to play into as a full-on brawl composition. That is what GOATS is. So it's hard to run into this. And Bostola going to come down. Luckily, we already see the Transcendence come online. And since there is no Reinhardt, that means there is no pin to be able to keep us or to take somebody out of it. So now Bostola going to go down first and foremost, which is obviously very devastating to have. And Santa Banana has to make the choice of whether or not to use this. It'll see the bomb come online. Everyone corralled into a corner, and Ariel going to find somebody as the Shatter comes online. A bomb in there, but Ariel pulling double duty, eating a Crook. Trying to throw in that grab and find somebody, but it's just not going to happen. Crook is just being corralled into this corner, but still has a ton of charge ready on their side. Bahadi's going to go down, and Santa Banana's going to fall directly afterwards. So it's a very back and forth fight, but it's looking like we're going to have to see a bit of a reset from SRP check.
Yeah, they lost their Zarya pretty early on. Vistola didn't get the help from their supports.
Oh,
they
no.
did it. They got beamed down by a Lucio of all things, coming in the back line uncontested. Great play there by Aku to set them up. And now without a high charge Zarya, yeah, you have to play final for this one. You're going to be playing it a little bit slow as well as you took those lingering picks.
Yeah, and Santa back onto that Reinhardt as well. Going to try to play these insides best as well as possible because There's only a couple of vaults on the line, but they're going to be very important. We see that grab right now for Crook. Meanwhile, Ghost has that Transcendence ready for it. It really just depends who gets his feet first and who decides to be more aggressive with it. So here comes Ghost, looking to find somebody on the pin. Hottie, though, not going to find anything for the time being, and that time is going to be slowly ticking away. Already only a minute 20 left on the clock, and now Vestola with their own grab ready to go. But there's a lot in return from German Crusaders to match it, to keep everybody alive. Honestly, this grab from Vestola is mainly going to be used to just try to force out as many ults as you can, and maybe hope you catch something within that bomb. Just waiting for the aggression to kick in, because honestly, you don't need to take the aggression first, and here it comes. We see the beat, we see the Transcendence, and it's a nice shatter on the Ariel to stop them from using their bomb, and it's going to come through on the back line, and it's going to find Ghost first and foremost. Not going to be able to use that Transcendence now, and now it's going to be incredibly tough to come back into this one, but Ariel is going to get a nice trade out, but that's a good pin on the Vestola, but they put the bubble just in time, but it doesn't matter, because Hottie is swinging away, finding pick after pick, cleaning up the last couple members. SRP Check doing a good job causing some staggers, but Ghost making what could potentially be a very bad call, bringing in the Transcendence. It is enough to be able to keep themselves and Ariel alive, but still, that's a really unfortunate scenario.
Yeah, not the great spawn where you want to be. Doesn't allow you to get super set up. We're going to see Vestola fall as a result here. I really love that play there. Hottie dives into the back line. You would think they should get picked out there after diving so deep, but they don't. And they're uncontested as a result. They're almost forgotten about by SRP Check. Lets them come in right at the end and find those big swings to send us home. I will say, though, I'm a little bit worried right now about German Crusaders' time bank. They are winning, but I am worried about how fast they're winning. 2 minutes on the clock is not a great place to be trying to get through this second point here.
Yeah, we saw that before. That's a big shatter. Chonky finding 3. They're going to get rid of 2 of them. Sox might not be too far behind, as now Hottie just really wants to try to be able to escape, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. That pin going to send Hattie into the sideline, and now German Crusaders have to take another reset, and this is where things get very dangerous low-key, because SRP Check, they can set up wherever they want now. Anywhere, honestly.
You can really force German Crusaders to cross this big giant bridge right here, getting a lot of poke from your, but 60% charge Zarya. I imagine we'll see that come up very quick, but Santa!
Ooh, but the counter pin, but the shatter driven directly back. We see a bomb, we see a grab, a lot of bombs on live, but it's Ariel that comes out on the other side, gets to German Crusaders. They found something for a moment, but it's the 2K bomb that's gonna settle things directly back down, and German Crusaders used 5 ultimates for that fight and lost it.
That's an amazing play by Vestola. Ariel sends up that bomb, and Vestola doesn't grab around, their grab. They grab around the other team's bomb. What? They pull them exactly in where that bomb's about to be. Ariel getting Aku early here. This might mean something here for SRP Check, as they can continue to whittle down this time. Oh! Santa Banana on the flank shatter!
Yeah, we do see that counter pick up, so Santa Banana is going to pay the price more than likely, but actually, they get heals. They're still alive! They get the support from their team just in time. You can see Admiral looking to find somebody on the boop, all trying to find them, but Sox is just going to have to die the natural way. Just going to take their own life at that point. And actually, someone's been pushing card for a hot minute here as well. We see that little touch from Aku, who is going to go flying off the sidelines. So now German Crusaders, they're down people. You just have to back up. You're losing people like crazy.
Yeah, they're losing Split 1 Arch, but SRP Check wants to keep this going. They know the time bank's low. They know that German Crusaders doesn't have a ton of time to spare. They have to go right now. And so even if they lose this fight, it doesn't matter, because they're going to force overtime as a result.
Yeah, because they can just hold it for as long as they can, and you can take one more big fight there. How are you going to find Santa Banana? So again, you're gonna have a fight win here, but SRP Check, they have plenty of time to touch. Both teams are going to have a ton of ultimates. This is literally going to be a 12 ultimate fight, 100%.
This isn't a great place to be fighting in any way if you're the attacking side. There's so much cover for the defense to play around and so little for you. And with 12 votes on the table, I don't like the chances here for German Crusaders.
Yeah, and Santa did not find anybody, but that's a nice pin on Vestola. That can be devastating for SRP Check. We're hoping to find somebody, but that pin might have been all they need, and that will indeed be the case. An unfortunate scenario, but German Crusaders only have to end up expelling one ultimate within that rally to go through that fight. So now German Crusaders have a new lease on life with a minute and a half to their name.
I'm in peak Caster's Curse today at the moment. Look at that fight. I'm like, oh, I don't like this one. And Hottie comes out in insane order. Great rally there. Not only is it a very winning fight, it's a very cheap fight too. you keep yourself on even ult grounds with SR Peak Check, who wasn't looking to expend a whole lot there.
Yep, and now we see a lot still ready to go. There's still going to be a big open fight. Here we see the grab being sent, the bomb online, ready to go. So much being invested, but it's going to be Ghost that's going to be the one to go down as the beat gets counter-invested. German Crusaders really just want to make sure they win this fight. And after getting the grab up from Vestola, you don't have to necessarily worry about having that beat ready to go. But even so, Vestola is going to go down. But look at that. Vestola got back to 60% during that fight. And they're on the losing side of it. And they still have more charge than Crook right now. So that's insane.
I don't know how you die that early and get that much charge. That is wild here. It looks like we're going to have about one more fight on either side, and they're taking it quickly here.
Yeah, and Ghost is actually going to get rid of Aku very quickly, going to force out the Transcendence. This is going to be really tough if they lose anybody else, and just like that, you have a nice counterpin, though, but going to be able to stay alive. And now, SR Peak Check, they just need to run up and get rid of these last couple of members right now. Ariel's found Ahadi, and they're being wiped away little by little. Touch at this point, going to be nigh impossible. A nice little shatter onto the air for good measure, and that's going to be wiping them away. Just a little bit of stall on the point from Aku, but nobody else should be able to make it back to this point. A good push for German Crusaders overall, but just not quite able to get it past that final choke.
Yeah, I mean, that second phase and even third looked really, really strong, but they're kind of bringing, you know, the mistakes of their past with them, as how long they took on that first point really, really comes to bite them at the end. By the time they got to third, they didn't have a loss they could spend. And so, just like that, they are about halfway through third point. It's going to be their final resting spot. That's not a bad push in any way, shape, or form. Like, you're not, you know, disappointed by that push. You're not in meltdown mode. Oh, how do we defend this? It's still a very, very good place to try and defend. Problem is, though, both of these teams, I think are winning about even on their fights. I think it's about 50-50 on fight wins. But when German Crusaders is winning, they are winning very, very slowly. When SR Peak Check is winning, they win so quickly. It really is like a 20-second fight anytime SR Peak Check wins. Meanwhile, it's taking German Crusaders about a minute or so to win their fight at the end. As a result, we're really, really not seeing that time bank go into the favor of German Crusaders. And I like this as an answer to that. The close hold is what allowed. Close hold? Absolutely.
Oh, nothing. I saw Cloud put down the bubble on Winston. I'm like, wait a minute, that's 4 tanks.
Oh, no, yeah. They're swapping back to it. Just a little bit of funsies. This close hold here should be very, very fun, but this high ground is going to be a little bit harder to deal with, and they're right off of it jumping on in.
Yeah, oh my god, Bahati instantaneously finds 2, and that just falls apart. You do lose socks, though, so that is going to be a little tough right now. But you do pretty much get the wipe away. So German Crusaders win the fight, but they are going to be going in 5-6 for this next one.
Yeah, I mean, close hold, you don't worry about losing people too much. This is just for time bank and for getting that ult charge advantage here. And so I really do like this as a way to counter out the time bank problem.
Yep, and that's going to be the case. Santa Banana answers right back, finds a 2k pin of their own. Just going to be wiped by the last minute. Not going to worry about staggers because you need that cart to get moving. So German Crusaders, they kill about 40 seconds, which all things considered, that is a solid fight worth of time being taken away.
Yeah, and you give yourself a good ult, economy here for this point. Hadi is already, coming up on that shatter. They really just need one fire strike. Ice also looking good, 90% there. The German Crusaders setting themselves in a really, really good position. If they can win this fight and protect this corner, they'll be in a stacked spot for first point.
Yep, Shatter's ready to go. Nice and condensed right now, just waiting for that open. He's trying to walk through Santa in a way, and now they're going to manage to get control of this corner, and we see the rotation, and Hadi already knows the rotation they're looking for right now, coming over to the high ground, just looking to hopefully jump onto somebody that could be exposed, but they're going to hold on for a moment. Maybe they're a little unsure about this, or they're waiting for a certain something to happen, and unfortunately, Ariel's going to get knocked out of the mech, so now they might just have to try to take the reset here, because Ariel getting back to the mech is going to be a very tough endeavor.
I think I said Peak Check was just trying to play it slow, get that ult charge up, especially on Vasola, who's been your, playmaker. Problem is, German Crusaders knows that they have control of the cart, they have control of the economy, they have control of everything, and so they're forcing SR Peak Check to say, like, look, if you want to hang around and burn your time bank all day long, you're more than welcome to.
Whoa, Nelly, and they're all the way back there. A nice pin coming through there. It's going to fight a couple, but the beat and the Transcendence being used to be able to keep them alive. Santa Bandit comes through. A shatter coming through. Nobody going to get caught with that bomb. Not catching anybody, but it's Vestola who's found 2 right now. And now with these members being wiped away, and honestly just a little bit late, this could be a scenario where if they wanted to touch one more time, they do have the option, but it is not going to be a clean touch.
They don't super have the ult charge on their side, and now with
don't.
level 1 correct falling down, it's not going to happen. I mean, the player of the game so far for me is Vistola. Anytime we're in those chaotic circumstances, anytime kills need to happen, Vistola is finding them time and time again with very little trouble.
Yeah, but they break out and they immediately get caught out, and Ghost ends up getting hit by Hadi somehow. I'm not sure how that went down, but with Suji, we do see the trades going back and forth. Hadi is just in deep over by the cart right now. There's an entire other fight happening behind them, and Hadi said, nah, I'd win, and took over the point. So now, they're able to play back at this choke. Again, they can play here just like SRP Check did.
I mean, one of the best things you can do as a tank is take a 1v3 and let your team clean up behind you. Hadi doing a great job of it there, and now set up for maybe a little bit of flank shadow when they get pinned!
Oh my god. I'm surprised they didn't try to take them off the edge there, quite frankly, because now Santa's going to be taken off the edge instead. God, oh, that's such an unfortunate scenario. A nice pin on the Ariel to take them out of mech. I was hoping that Santa would bring out the Chad Ryan mentality and just take themselves and Hadi off the edge. But unfortunately, it's only going to be Santa that goes off the edge, and that's going to be a quick reset. SRP Check, now they're the ones being spawn camped.
I mean, something we talk about a lot is the Lucios sometimes get lost in these GOATS battles, but you know, oh, that boop is still meaningful, they still do a lot of different stuff, you just don't see it. Aku has said, nah, you're gonna see me. I will be a presence in these games, and they are living up to that.
Ooh, a nice shot in the background, only gonna find Soxo, but Hadi still manages to go down despite the Transcendence being out. That's that split that comes into play, and though Santa does end up getting taken down, there's still a major advantage, but with that shield gone, there's the chance that Vestola gets caught, and they will, but still, Cloud is there on the scene, ready to go. That rally got popped just a bit ago, so there's enough overhealth to be able to keep them alive, and despite the damage still available for German Crusaders, eventually going to be wiped away, and SRP Check have a chance to get not only a lot of space, but a lot of progress on this card.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock, so not that much of a better time bank than we saw German Crusaders go through here. I think they're about even at this point. If German Crusaders wins a fight, they'll be almost exactly even, and this is where they really need to make one. Trying to get to this first corner before they're in this courtyard is huge.
Oh yeah, 100%. Now we see this passing under the bridge below as we speak, and they're going to be forcing that bridge as well because you have to force SRP Check to come down, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Down on the card, coming around this next corner, this could be a very important fight coming up here, especially when Hadi hopefully just wants to get away with using the shadows. The bomb comes up in the air. Ariel going to catch one. Cloud going to get caught as we see that grab given in return to try to hold them together, but the beat is ready to go to be able to keep everybody up, and Hadi desperately trying to survive, hoping to find somebody on this boot, but unfortunately, SRP is not able to find that defining kill. German Crusaders will find the cleanup, and SRP Check invest quite a bit to be able to win that fight, but they still do have that shatter as well as that Transcendence.
Yeah, German Crusaders doing a really, really good job there of choosing fight location more than anything else. They make sure to take it where they have their own cover. They can put Hadi up on that high ground so that he can kind of hunt around for a shatter. And we're... Oh, that's...
What?
Okay.
That was Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen. That was Overwatch. The Transcendence is ready to go. Hadi hoping to find somebody on the pin, but I don't think they found anybody except for Ariel, who has a ton of health to their name. So now, after that, SRP Check should just be able to put 3 on, and I don't think they can commit any kind of stop onto this. Even a sloppy one, I don't think. No.
Well, especially not after you lose your Zen, and I wouldn't anyways. There's not really too much of a need to. 2 minutes on the clock, in the same way. If you lose a long fight and then win one, you've got the point. They just need to take that first fight pretty aggressively here in order to take it, you know, not in this choke. All the time they're playing back here, that card's moving closer and closer and putting the fight location less and less of an area that they want it in.
Yeah, 100%, and it could come down to this next fight, potentially. It's coming around this final corner. Hadi going for the shatter, going to catch onto Tuba Vestola with the counter grab, going to die for the cause, but Admiral is going to come back with an answer. A nice one, and going to dodge the pin from Hadi as well. SRP Check only potentially a couple kills away as Haku going to bring out that beat to try to keep things going, but it's so much damage. Santa Banana swinging away. They still have the Transcendence, and nobody is remaining. SRP Check win 3-0, and they secure their spot into the grand finals.
I don't know anyone expected a 3-0 there, and it definitely doesn't reflect how close this game was. And we talk about how much Overwatch is a game of inches, it's a game of seconds. They lost that because Aku's beat came out half a second too late. Just half a second was all they needed to get the shatter onto Soaks and to get the kill on them. And once Soax is gone, there's nothing else to help them out. It is literally a difference of half a second that finds us between, you know, potentially winning that fight and winning the map, sending us to a map 4, and sending SR Peak Check into grand finals in a 3-0 fashion. It is just that close. I could not be more impressed with these two teams. I could not be more impressed with how they played. And I don't know why I'm sounding defeatist, because we get to follow German Crusaders into the lowers finals after this one.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. So, yeah, they do get that second chance. I believe, I'm going to double check, but I think we're still waiting on the result of MME Overwatch and Smelvin in your area. So, obviously, we'll have to wait for them to finish up before we can really do anything with the lower finals. So, going to let them do their thing. But, yeah, it's a very impressive thing because, as you said, 3-0 doesn't really reflect the score. There were a lot of times where German Crusaders were maybe like 1 or 2 fights away from, winning their own map. Like, it wasn't so much of a stretch to say that this could have gone the other way in a lot of scenarios. It's just SRP Check making this game theirs. Like, quite honestly, they took momentum on every single time. They start out the map with that momentum for the first couple of fights. And, while the beginning doesn't really tell the story of the end, it's still the fact that it controls the pace. It controls how the beginning of that game goes. And sometimes that is all it takes.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just down to pace, and it's really just down to those early fight kills that SRP Tech is consistently coming up with time and time again. With that, though, we are going to go on to a break to let that other match finish up. We will be back, though, with the losers finals between German Crusaders and the winner of, what is it?
MME and
Smelvin.
Cash and the ticket is yours.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
Inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
crazy, Malin. I'm, I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Welcome back, everybody, once again here to CGL's Ghost Tournament, once again here with the EU region. We have gone from 4 teams down to 3 because in the battle between Smelvin and MME, it is MME that has worked their way back into the losers finals going against German Crusaders, who just lost those winners finals to SRP Czech in what ended up being a 3-0 fashion. So, Loki, here we have the German Crusaders, a team that is very strong, very powerful, but just got beat. And then we have MME Overwatch, the one remaining console team, the team that won it last time in the GOATS tournament. They are back in the top 3. They are ready to go. So in this scenario, who's going to end up taking this one?
That's a really, really good question. I mean, both of these teams got dropped to the lower bracket by SRP Check. Both of them want the revenge match in Grand Finals. And you can look at the bracket right here. Fun little reminder of that. SRP Check is, MME Overwatch is technically the only team that's taken a map off of SRP Check in bracket. Granted, we just talked about that map score 3-0 doesn't really reflect how close that was between German Crusaders and SRP Check. So whether we really want to, put that as a huge distinction of, MME won a map against them, so that means they win versus whatever, I don't think there's a ton of, looking at it there. MME also just dropped a match against or map against Smelvin in your area. So I think at the end of the day, these two teams are pretty tight. I don't know that we get a 3-0 looking at it. Like we were talking about it a little bit before stream. I was like, I think this one ends in a 3-0. You were like, I don't really think so. I'm kind of coming over to your way of thinking now that this one I think goes to at least 4 or 5. I don't think there's any sort of sweep in the cards here.
No, because you do have to look at both these teams. And obviously, we saw a lot of German Crusaders already. We saw Hadi come through, Aku doing amazing things on the Lucio as well. Very strong, but you look over at this team over on MME Overwatch. Bonnie's been a really good Reinhardt. Benno Slays, where if you've been watching the streams, if you've been checking in on the Twitter reel, Benno Slays is the living highlight reel of GOATS. I'm making that very definitive statement. They are so fantastic in that role as D.Va, doing a ton of work, a very strong D.Va player, and a very strong tank line in general, with Flex filling out that Zarya. Like, this is a really strong team, and I expect them to do some very phenomenal things here today. And while they should already be proud, the job is not quite done yet as we go into our first map, which is going to be Antarctic Peninsula. Again, this is an Overwatch 2 map. GOATS has never typically been played here, so we've seen this, I think, one other time before in terms of us casting it. So what do we expect out of these teams? Is the playstyle going to be generally any different on a map like Antarctic Peninsula?
I don't think the play style changes a lot, but it does make things a lot more complicated. The Overwatch 2 maps have a very big design difference. Overwatch 1 was designed with a lot less cover, a lot less angles, a lot less flank routes, because they expected you to have an off tank providing you that cover. Overwatch 2 was designed just with the one tank, and so if you notice, a lot of these things are a lot closer engaged, there's a lot more cover, there's a lot more different off angles that you can try to take, which for GOATS I think means we're just going to get an all-out brawl basically 24/7, because the spaces where you can take fights are just that much smaller most of the time.
Yep, and now Bolt Team swinging away. Kind of a good space being given right now. Hadi getting a majorly low, but that heal is there to keep them alive temporarily. But still, Hadi's going to have the Shatter ready to go, but Psycho has already found Flex out the gate. And now the Shatter comes through. They managed to find one. That's going to be more than enough to clean up the rest of the fight. MME going to get wiped away, and Benno Slay is going to be sent into good old Purgatory. Is actually fighting back, almost manages to get rid of Crook, but looks like they're going to take the nice long reset.
Yeah, German Crusaders looking very, very strong there. We actually do have a sub on their side. Psycho is in. They've moved level 1 Crook onto the Zenyatta, so the Zarya, a new player here for German Crusaders, should be really interesting. They're already pulling up dividends, actually. Able to get a huge grab right here.
Yeah, and they don't have the ults ready to be able to survive through it, but Tiger barely manages to survive, but I don't know if that's going to be enough, because the beat's going to be used. Transcendence is used as well. This might be a little tough because they just need to try to survive, not finding anybody with that pin, because now enemy's going to have that grab bomb combo soon, and Crusaders have nothing to stop it.
Yeah, I don't love that support ult combo. You're already taking a little bit of an over-aggressive fight, just trying to, squeeze something out, which I like to play there, but I think that's way too much of an over-investment, especially when all 3 tank ults are ready to go.
Yep, Hadi gets a bit of a beating there for a moment, but has plenty of heals to stay alive. We see that Relic come online, a counter shatter. Gonna try to get rid of Soaksu, who gets very low, but the overhealth is kicking it, keeping them alive. We see that pin come through, not gonna find anything. As Flex getting very high on that charge, and Hadi's gonna get stunned away. Gonna get rid of the D.Va, shouldn't need any more ultimates, and actually, we're seeing the investment of that bomb being used to try to remech, and honestly, the best case scenario is just going to buy them a little more time, but all it's going to do is just get them a mech out, and German Crusaders fishing at a very nice 69%.
Yeah, German Crusader is looking a little bit funky with the ult economy at the moment. Hadi there tries to swing in the counter shatter, but the timing wasn't really there on it. without that support ult charge also not looking incredibly clean here. And MME Overwatch still has Benoslays and FLX, the ults ready to go, and the beat Zenyatta. There's not really too much more you can ask for an ult economy.
Yeah, that's a big one. It separates Aku from that before it comes through. The bomb comes through as well. Not going to find anybody, but for the time being, it's Bonnie going through. Finds a big shadow. They need to find members off of this, though, because MME is in a 5v5 scenario, but without the Reinhardt, winning this is going to be so incredibly tough. There's too much heals to deal with, and now we're down to that 4v5, and no matter how much of that charge we get from Flex, it's just going to be the grind away one after another. That die a little late as well is going to get the grab online, which will be very nice. But now they're going to have only one fight and are not going to have a lot of things to work with.
Yeah, German Crusaders doing really, really well there. Benno tries to make a play, goes too deep, gets caught out as a result. And once the D.Va's gone in that 4v4 situation, there's not much left that can really, damage mitigate for this team. And now German Crusaders continuing to want to push this aggression and get this fight going.
Yep, last fight coming alive for them and do have that grab. A very powerful one. Going to throw it in, catching a couple people. Hadi getting hit. Kadi is still at full health, though. They get stunned away, though. It's super low, and that's going to take them out. And that bomb's going to come through. They're going to be able to block it out. It's back to the 5v5. They need to get the touch. They will commit to it. And we see that become online, ready to go. MME does not have the ability to do the same thing. But Benoslays, that's the living high real finds two, knocks them out of mag. They're going to take over this point, able to hold on, but they do have to empty the bank to do it.
I mean, that's been the story with MME. Anytime they need a clutch pick, anytime they need a clutch play, Benoslays is there with a bomb. We don't normally think about solo bomb as a playmaking ability. Normally it does zoning, if anything. Benno, though, uses it as a weapon. It is a, for lack of a better word, a bomb at every occasion, and this is a really good pick here.
Yeah, but you don't want to lose anybody in this scenario because Francis is going to get used. You're going to lose Goldia. Everyone's separated. You need to make sure people stay alive. A nice counter pin. You're not going to bring out the beat in time, and Bonnie's going to get hit. Bonnie's going to be taken down. It's too much to deal with. You knock them out of mech. It's nice, but Psycho is just one grab away from ending this round right here and now. In fact, you might not even need it at this point. The bombs come out. Not going to find anybody. Flex is going to go down. Benoslays is going to go down soon. It's just Bonnie coming back with the Shatter, and it needs to be an absolute miracle as they're coming back as the point flips. A Shatter literally just being used on Ice Gnome, and they are not going to make it back. MME make it close, but German Crusaders hold on to the pace and take that first round.
Yeah, looking very, very clean there. I do love the aggression from German Crusaders here. I think it's working a lot better against MME than it was against SR Peak Check. It is worrying, though, with how much they're committing to this aggression sometimes. The ult economy for German Crusaders doesn't look super sustainable. I think if MME wants to make an adjustment and attack German Crusaders anywhere, it has to be on ult economy. Start looking to use those ultimates very, very efficiently above anything else, and it will be a game changer for MME here. Being able to pull out, those kind of off... like there's no support ults on the other team, you get the tank ults, getting those tank ults up efficiently, making sure you have at least one every single fight. I think if MME can work through that process, they're going to look very, very good for this next map.
Yep, both teams going to work their way onto the outside. German Crusaders already giving up a little bit of space. This is what they did last time, and they were able to catch MME as soon as the rotation started coming through. So, gonna see if they can do that once again. Hadi is gonna hide out. Doesn't need to take a whole lot of damage. It's just hitting those fire spikes occasionally. Bonnie's staying in the lead in terms of charge, though, as someone is going to have to eventually drop down on this point, and it's look like it's going to have to be MME that's eventually going to have to drop back, but they're in no hurry, and why would you be right now? You're just trying to force away these shields, force away these bubbles, make it so that this eventual approach is as comfortable as humanly possible. As we see, no touch going to come through, so MME going to get that first cap without much avail, and now you just need to try to work towards one of these ultimates, but you get one, and you lose it. Evergreen goes down, no beat to work with. Tiger getting very close to having that Transcendence. If they use it, they might end up investing it. And here it comes right now. The grab comes line from Psycho, who already has it ready to go. The counter one ready to go. The bomb being thrown in. This could be a big one right now, but it's not going to find anybody. Benoslays not able to make the magic happen as they're investing really heavily from both sides. I don't really agree with it, but eventually we should see the win come through here for German Crusaders. But Benoslays is staying alive. I really should state this out. They are alive on the point, stalling. Eventually going to have to give it up, but they're back and ready to go. A Shatter going to find one. Bonnie getting super low. A lot of members super low, and that's a nice pin to get rid of Bonnie. And now the rest going to have to back out. The bomb coming in, and that should force a reset for the rest of MME.
Yeah, MME invested heavily there because they had control of the point.
What?
If you have the point, you invest no matter what. And here, they might be able to get kind of this half fight in while German Crusaders is still reeling from the end of their fight before. They're managing to contest it with Ice right there, just kind of hanging out. But yeah, it does look like we're going to see a good map flip here in a good position for MME.
Yeah, for the time being, a lot of ults coming back online. That Transcendence ready to go from Tiger, who's gotten their second one already throughout this round, so has it ready to go. Psycho nowhere near that next grab, as Psycho has already found Goldie to start things out here. Make that two. Psycho going crazy, trying to surround them, but just is not working. That combination of Psycho and Hadi working out fantastic, and Bonnie only able to find Aku at the end. German Crusaders, the pace we were talking about in that last matchup, this is the pace I was hoping to see from them.
Yeah, this is an aggression being rewarded right now, and I don't want to say level 1 Crook wasn't performing, but Psycho is on a different level. This is the damage you really need to go with Hadi's aggression, to go with all of Crusaders' aggression, and they are working it right now.
Yep, and we're already see that grab come through. That grab gonna get a big chunk of nothing. And unfortunate for them too, because now they're not gonna be able to combo it with Battleslays, who has that bomb ready to go, but it's gonna be really tough to find anything as the bomb's gonna come up in the air. That grab ready to go. Not gonna find anybody, but still the grab shatter. The shatter comes online, not gonna find anyone. Gonna try to flip the point, not able to make it happen as the beat and the Transcendence going to be invested by Evergreen and Tiger, but it's gonna be given directly back. It's gonna be so tough to make MME Overwatch bring this fight back around. Battleslay's not able to bring themselves back into the mech, and German Crusaders just gonna play a little bit of cleanup. We see the force stall come through from Evergreen, but despite it coming through, MME is not gonna get another body on this point. German Crusaders 2-0 will end up taking Antarctic Peninsula.
And this looks like a different team right now, just completely different. I really think that Psycho might be the exact fuel that this team needs. The damage that they are putting out, combined with the aggression from Hadi, is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Hadi is pulling so much attention just by the nature of their playstyle above anything else, and Psycho then is just left free. Like, level 1 Crook did not play poorly. Like, I want to assert that they didn't play poorly, but there was obviously another gear to shift into here because Psycho is hitting it right now. That completely free area, they're able to put through the damage. This keeps Hadi alive as well, as they don't have as much resources coming their way. MME has to react to the amount of damage going to them, so they have to back up a little bit. They have to invest more in staying alive. As a result, they're not investing as much in damage. That means Hadi gets to live. That means Hadi gets to swing. That means Hadi is building up charge. This means, you know, there's more shatters coming out. There's more aggression coming out. They're a more full team than they were before. Last time, you know, we saw that aggression wasn't really playing out for them. This time, they are being rewarded and more, and I think it is 100% due to what Psycho is putting out.
No, I have to 100% agree with that. Psycho is playing on that different level, and like I've alluded to, like Psycho, like I don't know what the swap was about. Maybe Psycho, you know, had something to attend to. Maybe, like, honestly, that could be a legitimate answer. We've seen it happen before, but it feels like a whole different team with Psycho in. But with that being said, you know, it's just one map. We still have a lot to go here potentially, and of course, we have our next map lined up. Loki, no jokes here. This will be our last time to make this joke. I'm not even going to make the joke. It's Kings Row. You know it's Kings Row. We all know it's Kings Row.
No, really? I'm so I was thought for sure we were going to Blizzard World.
To be fair, I thought MME might have actually tried to pick something else just to mess with Crusaders, but they are just going to stick with Kings Row, which, to be fair, that is inevitably the right decision. Whether they were watching or not, German Crusaders did lose this in their last matchup, so MME, you know, obviously this seems to realistically be their best chance, but German Crusaders, again, I pointed this out last weekend about thinking that teams wouldn't really pick the attack all that often, but so far today, every team that has had the choice has opted to attack first on Kings Row. So
you want to know where to defend. You want to know where you want to defend at the end of the day. Do you have to go all out on a, you know, street phase hold, or do you know, can you give a little bit on street phase? Can you play a little bit more economical? Can you know, play a little bit more for third point? It's always better to know where you have to hold to. Like, it's not the biggest difference in the world. You know, teams win playing defense all the time. You know, this has been since time immemorial. If you lost the map before, or you always, you know, whether you get to choose the map or not, the winning team mostly chooses, or as always, the team that mostly chooses attack. We see defense still winning. It's not the biggest difference, but it is really, really useful, at least on the mental note, to know where you have to defend to.
Yep, now both teams knock the away. We see that little knock on to Hadi to boot them in. Just not able to take advantage of it quite yet, but still able to force them back and buy yourself a little bit of space. And again, you see that the boobs continuously coming through, putting Hadi into an uncomfortable position. Not going to find anything on the pin, but for the time being, it's just going to be smashing away. Bonnie at 50%. Hadi nearly at 70% already. Already near that 75 mark. A lot of what's coming up, and this might come down to who gets it first, but Hadi is going to end up going down. And now they need to find someone else for German Crusaders, and unfortunately, Crook is going to be the sacrificial lamb for everybody else to get out. So a kind of quick reset, but MME able to... What? Wait, what?
Take the fight. Why not? You have spawn advantage. Send it through right here, right now.
Did not pay off, though. That grab ends up getting absolutely nothing. You force out the Transcendence, which is kind of nice, but you're still going to have the beat, still going to have the rally. They're coming up on all these other 5 ultimates, and now they're going to have their combo. And the worst case scenario, you force out both of these ultimates. The Shatter comes through. Hadi going to find nothing. A nice one from Benno Slays, the 3K. The pin onto Hadi as well from Bonnie. The nice cleanup, and this is the living highlight reel that I was talking about. Benno Slays with the 3K.
Yeah, great placement of the bomb there. I don't think anyone was expecting it just be sitting in the grab. I was looking at it. I thought that was Ice Nose bomb. It's like, oh, it's in the middle of the grab. Obviously, that's Ice Nose. No, that's Benno Slay preparing for a 3K fight-winning bomb. Another clip on this highlight reel.
Yep, and now half the time remaining down to that 2-minute mark. Hadi, 60% going, a nice pit on the sign, but not going to find anybody. Is currently in no man's land. The bomb from Ice Gnome, not going to find anybody. As Hadi getting drilled into, but now the Transcendence comes in online, and now MME does not have a lot to work with outside of that Transcendence, and you need to make sure Bonnie and Benno stay alive. Bonnie's going to eventually get taken down, but they find the trade out onto Hadi, so now it's the 5v5. You need to keep Goldie alive. That is your biggest objective. The grab comes online. No shield. A bomb in the center. Here comes from Benno Slays. Another 2 from Benno Slays. That's 5 in total so far on the map. And there's going to be a nice little stagger here for Ice Gnome.
Time and time again, Benno Slays finds the bombs. I was looking at that one. Losing Hadi there was huge. Hadi is going on some of these plays that are uber aggressive. That would be plays if he had Shatter, but he doesn't have Shatter on so many of them, and so if he doesn't catch anyone with the pin, all it does is put him in a position that you don't want to be in.
Yeah, you see again, Evergreen just hitting up on the sideline, doing a ton of damage. Gets mega low, but gets that from their Brigitte to stay alive as the Transcendence is going to come through, keeping people alive. A lot of people getting low. The Shatter comes through, but a nice block from Bonnie to keep things going. A counter out of Shed. It's going to cast on only onto Ice Gnome as the beat's going to be delivered back. Goldia coming close is going to use that rally to try to get that overhealth, try to keep people alive as Bonnie is in a really tough scenario trying to survive, but still has a lot of feeling from the Brigitte to be able to keep them going. And it's down to that 6v6, trying to see if they can find something else, but German Crusaders have a lot to work with still. It's going to be so difficult unless Flex gets this all ready to go, but that Shadow is going to stop them from getting it. German Crusaders going to be able to clean up this point and take it over. Going to take a long while to do so. Good on hold on MME, but German Crusaders going to have something just under 3 minutes to push past this second.
When was the last time we saw 2 Shatters in a fight? Hadi there going out swinging. Absolutely massive to play with that aggression. This is what we wanted to see from Hadi. This is what we were expecting to see last time. This aggression being rewarded and uncontestable. Hadi doing an amazing job swinging in here, constantly charging the Shatters, constantly hitting what they need to, and they're charging it faster than the support from MME can even think about competing with for every single thing. This Arch, though, going to be brutal. It has to come through with this huge rally and a great grab bomb.
Yep, they're ready to go. Here they come. They're going to commit to a first Psycho, getting dangerously low. The bomb comes out. I'm not sure where the bomb went, but it's not going to find anybody. But on the other side, Evergreen manages to get taken out by Aku, trying to burn away a Hadi who's getting burned away. But there's just too much to work with right now. Too much overhealing as Hadi is given the beat. On top of that, Benno Slays knocked out a mech. Really, it's just going to be the reset for MME. Some are going to stall. Some are going to die as quick as they possibly can. And now, German Crusaders, that momentum is back on their side. This could be very dangerous for MME.
Yeah, getting through arches with no issue and keeping good ult on your side. Ice already back to another bomb. Hadi again with the Shatter. This is exactly what you want to see. They did a great job there on that initial bomb, throwing it through, getting it in such a position where the damage was enough that even though they didn't get kills off of it, they put MME in a terrible position and then continued to pull their aggression with it.
Yep, so the rally being used right now. Goldie gonna bring it out for MME right now. You need to be able to stay calm, keep yourself together. A nice shatter, not gonna find anything though. Bonnie coming up on their own as the beat's gonna be used. Transcendence on the other side from Crook. A nice pin directly onto him, but Bonnie gonna find a 2K of their own, trying to find somebody. Everyone's so low. Hottie and Ice Gnome eventually gonna be taken out, and as a matter of fact, Ice Gnome going to end up using their bomb. If they find anybody else here, this could be devastating, and unfortunately, Crook is not going to get out of there. So now MME, momentum back on the side, gonna basically push the spawner.
Yeah, the level 1 Crook dead.
Oh, no.
Keep this going. This is interesting here for MME. They pushed up really, really aggressively. They had to commit trance to it. This is not where they want to be taking this fight. If they can get good kills here for German Crusaders, they might be able to just swing this all the way through.
Yep, rally online. Goldia needs to get this rally, or they need to stop them with the grab bomb combo in a moment, because Goldia, literally, the moment they have this, they need to use this in this fight, because that overhealing is a lot right now. And here it comes, instantly a rally. The grab's coming online. A shatter, not going to fight anybody. The bomb is in there, looking to find somebody. It finds Hottie, and just like that, German Crusaders down in the 5v6. They see the grab, everybody's in there, but the damage is not enough to work with. MME gonna send in the ult, focus on the cleanup. Bonding finding 2 of their own, make it 3. Nobody making it back to the point. This is the MME that you love to see as they hold them just before second point.
Benno does such a good job at putting their bomb where you have to pick your poison. Whether have to look at the bomb or you have to look at the other team. You saw Hattie there. They literally didn't know what to look at. The choices was either I look at the bomb and I'm going to die to everyone else. If I look at everyone else, I die to the bomb. There's nothing they can do about it. Bomb sitting perfectly on cart. You can't use the cart as cover. They were pushed a little bit forward around that corner. They didn't have time to go back around that corner. If they do go back around that corner, they're giving that good space up to MME. There's no good option there. Unironically, the best option in that situation is to look at the other team, hope your team can do something in that time, and try to maintain that space. There's no winning option. Hottie, they're forced to choose the less winning option, or the less losing option, as I was, in order to try and break through that one. Just doesn't find at the end of the day. I mean, I'm very, very surprised to see that. Not because of, you know, oh my god, how did MME hold that? Because it's just insane seeing how consistent Benno is with all of these plays. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You know, these big plays are great, but you can't run a team off of them. You've got to be able to win in the neutral. You've got to be able to win in other fights. MME doesn't seem to be having that problem. Benno is so consistent with highlight reel plays. Time and time again, I am just impressed beyond words with how Benno is playing this.
100%. And now German Crusaders on their own defense to work with. Immediately, Hottie's just rolling in, finding a lot of charge out the gate here. So, gonna be able to have that advantage over Bonnie pretty early on. And now, just have to wait for the right moment to strike within MME, because they're gonna bring the rotation a little aggressively coming through. Hottie's in a bit of a weird spot right now, kind of surrounded by the entirety of the team, getting super low. It has to back out just a little bit. That's still getting low. The Transcendence, the Discord are going to be tough to work with, but Evergreen gets hit, and now you have to hit the reset. That's so unfortunate for Evergreen to get caught like that. MME was in such a good situation, so now you have to hit the reset button.
Credit to Hottie and credit to Soaks there, keeping Hottie alive as they take on a 1v5 situation there. It would have just pulled everyone onto them, let their team work behind them, and take all of the resources away from MME as they commit onto what they think is a juicy target. Turns out to be a trap to take all of their resources away. German Crusaders crashes back in with a clean fight win.
Yep, and now MME, not a ton to work with. A lot of support ultimates gonna have that grab steal, but Benno Slays was a little hungry, so he had some little psycho grab for breakfast, and now they have a potential advantage here to be able to push in with the aggression. Hottie, though, does still have a shadow ready to go. Going to get grabs sent through. Going to find nobody. The bomb up in the air. Benno's with another 3K, and the wipe comes through for MME. As you see Ice Gnome trying to escape with their health intact. Looks like they'll be able to do so, but Crook cannot say the same. MME gonna cap and have something pretty close to 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, MME there, great play. Credit to Bonnie as well for that Benno Slays. They did a really good job of finding the pin onto Hottie, making sure the shield wasn't up. As a result, bomb comes through, gets 3, fight is 1. really, really strong there. Hadi tried to get a shatter in that grab, but Bonnie did a really good job of timing their play to make sure that they got out the shadow first and then went for the pin. Incredible tank awareness right now by MME.
Yep, and now we saw before, German Crusaders made it directly past this on their first fight last time. Gonna hope to do the same here as they go through the shatter, going to find 2. Soaks is gonna be caught, going for the pin, but nice counter pin from Hadi to keep themselves alive. The bomb coming online, Bonnie inevitably going to fall down. It's currently a 5v5. The rest of the members, honestly, smartest choice is to back off, keep everybody alive, and go for another quick fight, because Bonnie will be back very quickly.
Yeah, these arches hard to hold.
What?
You want to get Bonnie back through arches. They're not actually waiting for it. They're going right now.
Yeah, the bomb's online. Another bomb from Benno Slays looking. Gonna find another one. Benno Slays making it 2. And Benno Slays is currently, I believe now, sitting in double digits for bomb kills so far on King's Row.
Look, the analysis of that fight's just going to end up being Benno Slays hits the bomb. Like, are we really going to pretend there's anything else going on other than Benno Slays just pulling up clutch plays time and time and time again? You cannot stop this man!
Yep, and now potential final fight coming up here. MME have 3 minutes to work with. The rally is going to get used. MME potentially might just hold on to these ultimates. The shatter comes through. Again, Hadi not going to find anything. 2.5 meters remaining. The grab, hoping to find somebody, but nobody is being caught right now. The Transcendence, though, going to be used by German Crusaders. A big advantage for them, but Bonnie has the shatter. They managed to find 2 more as the grab comes online. The beat given in return. A nice counter pin as well onto Hadi, who's getting kind of low. It is going to be burnt away, but we're back to that 5v5 scenario. Hoping to find somebody out of place, burn them away. You see the D.Va getting aggressively low. The bomb has to be forced out, and now that needs to stay up. They managed to barely stay up as well. Benno Slays gonna throw in a bomb just for the hell of it. And let's clean up another one with Psycho. Just 1 more meter left to go. You see Aku trying to hold on the point for as long as possible. Getting healing from their brig as Soaks is just trying to stay alive as well. But they're burning away 1 by 1, and MME gonna tie up the series as they take King's Row.
It's Benno Slays. That's the difference maker. Like, I'm not gonna give you some 3-minute long-winded analysis of fights. I'm not gonna give you this, oh, you know, the tank cohesion in these moments is astounding. You're not getting that right now because it's Benno Slays. It's in the kill feed. It's with the Q button. It is Benno Slays time and time again. There is nothing else to say. This man is on fire and he cannot be stopped. Fight-winning bomb. Time and time again. Fight-winning bomb that's coordinated with their tanks. Fight-winning bomb that's solo. Fight-winning bomb that's not comboed with anything, that's just thrown where it needs to be. No matter what the situation is, anytime this man is throwing out a bomb, it's winning. Fight. I physically don't know what to give you there. I mean, you're not supposed to be able to win games like this off of big plays. They're supposed to be an addition. They're supposed to be, you know, oh, outside of the big plays, we're neutral with this team, but we can bring through the fight wins by getting these big plays. Not the case. Time and time and time again, Benno Slays is winning off of their bombs, and there is nothing right now that can stop them.
Nothing at all, but the one thing that can stop them is, in fact, a little bit of a break, because there is a really good chance that we are going to be here a while, Loki. So, gonna give ourselves and these teams a moment to re-strategize, get their breaths together, get some drinks as well, honestly. But we'll be right back after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, once again here with the CGL GOATS tournament. And it has been a minute since I've gotten to say this, but we come in 1-1 at a tie thus far between German Crusaders and MME. And so far, this has been the tale of two maps. German Crusaders came in over on Antarctic Peninsula, controlled a lot of the pace, a lot of the fights. Psycho came in constantly with high charge and was able to just delete MME. But then MME comes in, they come in over on King's Row, and Benno Slaves becomes the highlight reel. Double digit in Diva bombs. Bonnie able to block a ton of the shatters from Hadi, and now we find ourselves in this tied scenario. So now we're at this point where both teams kind of understand, or are starting to understand, like, what they are doing wrong against this specific team. So now the question is, specifically to German Crusaders, how do you respond to this MME squad that has now found their footing in the series?
The deciding factor is Benno. It's been Benno. I think it's going to be Benno at the end of the day. It's those Benno bombs. And so we were talking about this a little bit off stream. If German Crusaders is going to win, or as I was, if MME is going to win, I think they have to win this map and the next one. I think if they take it to 5, they put it on Assault. Assault's not a very bombable map type, for lack of a better word. And so things gets a lot harder there. I think if they're going to win, they need to win on here. Our map is Rialto, which is relatively bombable, I would say. And then most assault maps are going to be bombable as well. And so I think the big play potential just continues here for MME with Benno. But you really, really have to enable Benno here in all of these moments in order to find it through, because that's what's working. The rest of MME is playing well, don't get me wrong, but I think German Crusaders has the edge on most of those positions if you just match it 1-1. But Benno is coming up time and time again. We don't see MME winning a whole lot of fights outside of the Benno Slays bombs. And so I think Benno has to continue to charge those incredibly quickly. I think they have to continue to hit them, and I think German Crusaders, in order to counter it, has to start choosing fight locations that don't play well into bombs. Either whether that be open space with a lot of cover on the edges that we can run to as a team, whether that's, Hadi really, really hard focusing it, whatever it might be, German Crusaders has to start choosing good fight locations here. MME, though, looking for a little bit of a cheeky close hold, which I liked it last time we saw it. I like it again here. Why not take the play, try and get some ult charge up and running before we even get going?
Yeah, they're going to come in hot right at the entryway, immediately going to force them back into the spawn room. Almost got rid of both Sox and Aku, but now they're surrounded. Flex already getting super low, going to be drilled away. And now this is going to be really tough because they don't have a choice but to rotate out the long way. And that boop on to Bonnie is just going to commit a complete reset. Hadi having a bit of an experience over there. You see the Lucio 1v1. Let them fight! Let them fight! Trying to find something, but Aku comes out, the dealer. And not only do they win the fight, but look at that. They are already past the first corner.
Yeah, with a huge stagger at the end there. Those kills didn't come grouped. They came pretty far apart. As a result, I don't know that we're going to see a fight before this archway.
Nope.
I think MME realistically has one more fight here to try and find the win.
Yeah, and now MME coming up on a couple of their ultimates, but Hadi, it could just take a shatter. I'm not sure if they know they have it. Here it comes aggressively. Evergreen has their own beat back ready to go, and they're going to bring it out. The shatter comes through. Again, a good block from Bonnie to negate that, and now we see them starting to separate a little bit in a weird scenario. The Benno Bomb going in the background, not going to find anything this time around, but the rally being used, Evergreen going to get caught. Tiger and Bonnie need to hope to find somebody. The shatter comes through onto Ice Dome. Going to get hit, but it's just not going to go down. And this is becoming a dangerous scenario right now for MME, who has nothing left to work with outside of this. The bomb comes back in the background, but they're coming back into this one. Bonnie and Flex finding their own. Hadi trying to find something, but it's just going to have to take the back out up top. It's literally just trying to play around the supports and inevitably going to be taken out. A really good comeback and hold from MME.
Yeah, and a great pick there was that bomb, or as it was that grab by FLX, and then the focus on Soax. Soax was mid-rally right there, and so they were the target that had to die. Great kill onto them. German Crusaders are not able to protect their rallying Brig enough. Means that just like that, only 2 minutes left on the clock. Ult charge pretty even across both of these teams. The most important one, though, Benno at 70% right now.
Yeah, Tiger needs to get this Transcendence ready to go because Psycho does have that grab ready, and now it is good to go. Haven't seen it eat in a little while either, but Psycho hopefully will be able to nail this one, and they 100% will. But a Shatter sent through, going to find 5 different people, and that's going to be all it takes. Just using one ultimate, the grab, not going to find any real receipts, and now MME have the momentum back. After that failure of a close hold, they have come back, and now they have found their footing once more.
Doing an amazing job right now. We were talking about, you know, what happens when Benno isn't hitting their bombs. Can the rest of MME win it? Right now they can. Benno, or as I was, Bonnie is like demolishing the Rhine battle right now. I don't think Hadi's put one person on the floor. Meanwhile, Bonnie is killing it at the moment, blocking every shatter, finding their own, putting out damage. The Rhine battle is wholeheartedly in MME's hands at the moment.
Yeah, and we know last time German Crusaders had a tough time getting through this initial choke, but they still have another fight ahead of them. They have a Shadow ready to go. Gonna send it directly onto Goldia, but a beacon to come online, keep things alive. Benno Slaves with the bomb in the background, not gonna find anything this time around, but we see the grabs in place. The bomb being thrown on the other side, hoping to find somebody, but nothing being found by either of the bombs. It is just complete chaos. They need to find the first pick, and now here it comes. Tiger comes online to Shatter, again being blocked, but Goldia is still gonna be taken down, and this fight is securely potentially in the hands of German Crusaders. Hadi not even gonna need the Shatter now, as they're gonna cap this point eventually. A nice little stall here at the end by Benno Slaves, but inevitably going to be handing over as they are gonna cap it, but with not a ton of time, but they will be able to take over this initial high ground.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any bad spawns are coming through, so Hadi not able to capitalize on that. Well, look at this, though. Hadi always seems to have a Shatter ready to go no matter what's happening. They're not hitting it quite yet. They got to find a way to get past Bonnie, but they are always charged up, ready to go. Isom as well, ready to go with that bomb. If they could get a good bomb Shatter through here, that could be fight winning.
Yep, Benno Slaves hoping to knock somebody off the edge, but nobody ends up biting, so for the time being, just committing to one person on the point, making sure it's constantly getting moving. Inevitably, they're probably going to take the fight on this upcoming corner, I imagine, as soon as it goes under that archway, but gonna commit, hopefully trying to find somebody, getting low, and Aku's gonna end up getting caught down. Benno Slaves likely gonna pay the price for that, though, getting mega low, but is gonna get heals just in time from their team. So now the 5v6, gonna be really tough to come back from, and actually, Icedome going to commit the bomb to get back in the mech to take the fight, but here we go, it's back in the thing, it's thrown right in the center, thrown back, and Benno Slaves not going to find anything that time, and they in fact are going to die in a counter grab. You might not even use anything for that, so now we see the reset come through. Tiger going to die late, and now touching is going to be a little bit difficult.
I mean, if we asked German Crusaders to react to Benno Slaves' bombs, that time they did a great job of it. Hadi hits the Shatter and then doesn't engage on it, turns and guards. And the rest of the team does so as well, and the way they do that for is they keep the split off of them and they keep the bomb, and then they just recontest after. Great play.
Yep, and now we see not a whole lot online for either of these teams, but we do see a Shatter come online. It's going to cast on the Ice Gnome, who's going to, I believe they got knocked out of the mech. They indeed get knocked out of the mech. Hadi trying to build up to a Shatter quickly, but it's extremely tough to do so in this environment. Now, Hadi's honestly a little bit separated as they're just trying to regroup, get their bellies together, because they're 1.7 meters. For MME, you cannot get off this cart. Bonnie gonna come through, gonna get hit with that grab, but is gonna be able to stay alive. Hadi literally being sent off the edge! Wait, but they don't! They stay alive! And instead, it's Aku that finds it! I was so certain that Hadi was going off the edge, but how does Hadi manage to stay on solid ground?
If I knew, I think I would. If I knew how to make plays like that, I think I would be playing rather than casting. Amazing job there by Hadi to swing that one through, and with them staying alive, no one's ready for the Shatter in the backline. Catches every single person it needs to, and just like that, we're on third point with 2 minutes left in the time bank.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent amount of time as well, but right now Flex going to have that grab bomb combo, as a matter of fact, just waiting for the right moment. It comes online, the bomb being thrown in the background, needs to be able to find the right person, and Benno Slaves finally finds themselves a couple of picks, knocking Ice Gnome out of mech as well. And now there's a perfect opportunity to be able to kill these last couple members and push up and buy yourself a ton of time, and that is exactly what you're going to do. But unfortunately, Benno Slaves does get knocked out of mech, and I imagine they are going to take natural reset, so the rest of MME just going to have to back off.
Yeah, I think one of the main things we need to be seeing from German Crusaders right now is Aku charging that beat faster, trying to deal with that bomb, using it a lot more to counteract the bombs coming out from Benno, as well as, you know, a lot more focus on using the other ults to counteract as well. This bomb, though, that's a really good split. The engagement here might be huge.
Yeah, but it looks like they're gonna be fine. Only one person caught at the end of the day. Gonna get stunned out of it. A nice beat gonna come on. Bonnie gonna be able to stay alive. Hottie though, gotta find 4. And Tiger needs to be able to get this online, but they're gonna end up holding onto it instead. Just taking the wipe, just saving it for the next fight, which honestly is 100% the right choice.
Yeah, don't blame them at all there. Transcendence keeping through. I don't know that Transcendence really helps you out in that shatter. I think still you're in such a bad position that you die. I think it's a really good idea to hold it here, especially when Crusader still has this grab on the table, and there it is.
Yep, and remember, this thing's gonna get pushed in. They're gonna send 2 people on it because they want to be able to just get this pushed in. They're gonna have to push 2.64 meters. Flex has got that grab ready to go. Benoslay's gonna get knocked out of mech, but they have to make it back. That grab could be anything. Ice Gnome getting super low, gonna come back into it, and they're just trying to hold on to it. A lot of heal put in. Ice Gnome has a bomb, but Benoslay's gets the remake kill onto Ice Gnome, just drilling through the last remaining members. It's just like last time. German Crusaders come super close to finishing the map, but get held just shy.
Benno is just inventing new ways to find kills. They don't get a kill with their bomb, that's fine, they'll get it on their remake. Kill the Zarya and win the fight, why not? I mean, just ridiculous from start to finish there. Hottie, though, really coming into their own by the end of that map, finding those shatters in those big plays and the big damage as well to send it on through. Great plays by them, but at the end of the day, it really does kind of seem like Benno versus the world sometimes, and Benno always comes up clutch when you need them. Last fight where you need something to come through, Benno is there making it work, finding the one kill they needed. Great job by Bonnie as well in that last fight to be able to pick up Hottie. I mean, it's looking a lot cleaner between Bonnie and Hottie. Look, beforehand it looked like the aggression from Hottie. Bonnie was having a really hard time dealing with it. This time on this map, Bonnie looking significantly better into that play. Hottie making adjustments near the end. And so I think we're going to see a little bit of a war between these two Reinhardts of who can make the adjustments faster, who can find the new way to play it faster here and adapt to the other tank. Right now, I would say Hottie a little bit has the edge, but given the fact that we've just seen, some time between rounds, time to talk things over, time to work it out, would not be surprised at all if Bonnie came out swinging here.
Man, I hope Hottie knows that console has 30 FPS. I hope they realize. But anyway, let's get into this fight. We see the close hold from German Crusaders once again. A bit of separation, but that's a nice stun to stop Hottie from doing anything. And in fact, Hottie going to go down almost immediately. Psycho, though, has a lot of charge, has the potential to do a little bit of damage because this fight is not over yet. But with Goldia finding that pick, it might as well be. Just focusing on the cleanup. Ice Gnome gonna do the last bit of stalling. Not quite as much time as they got last time, but it is still a decent amount. But you just gave a lot of charge to Bonnie, who is basically already gonna have their shatter.
Yeah, that's a lot of charge their way. They did die in the right order, for lack of a better term. You want your D.Va trying to contest it out as much as they can. They should get a pretty good fight here. They can probably squeeze in 2 more, depending on where they take this. But at the end of the day, the problem is Bonnie has the shatter ready to go. They're taking some damage here, but they're pulling in German Crusaders really well.
Ooh,
good
wait, how did you catch it? Caught Psycho somehow, but it's not really going to matter. Goldia gonna throw on that rally. Sox is nowhere near that rally, and here they see the rotation on the right side. They're going up top again. We saw this before from German Crusaders before. Gonna get pooped in, and in fact, that might be more of a blessing than a curse. Knocking them in, just sending in a ton of damage. Hottie going to get caught first and foremost. Benoslay's got knocked out of mech. I'm not sure if they were able to send out a bomb or not, but it doesn't seem like it because Tiger is down, and now we see in the background, Crook, you can't lose that. Benoslay's still doing damage in the background. They don't need a mech, but eventually German Crusaders going to take that fight win, and now they securely have a spot on this corner.
That's just a little demoralizing. Anytime you lose to a baby D.Va, that's never good for the mental health. Here, though, German Crusaders bringing in 5 ults to this next fight. Ult advantage pretty even between these two teams. MME is going to pretty quickly meet them on that play, but if German Crusaders can take a quick fight with these ults, try and assert the advantage, it might be not pretty for MME.
Yep, a bomb being thrown in the center right now. This could be devastating, and Sox is in fact going to get caught by it from Benoslay's, but a counter bomb given in return. That bomb sitting way in the back line, not going to find anybody. And now it's just a stall for these members. Ice Gnome not able to get back in the mech. If they can find anybody else on this exchange, it'd be devastating, but it looks like it's not. So German Crusaders will get a very good final touch, but they have nothing to work with.
Half the time when I see a Benoslay's bomb, I think it's Ice Nose, because it looks like that based on how people are reacting to it in the placement. It's wild.
Yeah, Crook is down, a shatter. That's going to be all she wrote in terms of that first point. A nice move to send him back flying a little bit. But unfortunately, it looks like you're going to have to eat that dust, Psycho, as MME going to cap the first point in relatively the same fashion in terms of time as German Crusaders did on their own attack.
Yeah, it looks like we're about even here. The thing that's not even, though, that ult economy. When we saw German Crusaders cap it, they still had pretty even ults with MME. Not the case here. MME wholeheartedly in the lead. FLX already able to set up this grab.
Ready to go as Ice Gnome literally got to 1 health, but is going to be able to stay alive. And now Psycho with their own graph coming around the corner. Benoslays doesn't quite have that ready to go to be able to combo with the grab, but for the time being, that's fine. Again, they're just going to take the space. The fight will truly engage here as soon as we get under the tunnel. Goldia in a weird position as the grab gets brought through and Goldia gets caught by it. At the end of the day, that's going to cause the destruction of MME, who just have to take the reset once again. And we saw this last time from German Crusaders, who put themselves in this scenario where they got held back. So now they're on the better side of it this time, and they're going to be able to hold up on this choke.
Yeah, this is a really, really strong place to be for German Crusaders here. This was what took all the time off of their push the last time we played Rialto, now giving the other team a little bit of a taste on their own medicine.
Yeah, and Heidi's going to just hide over on the side. They know they're going to have the shatter, going to take all the attention in the world, and there is going to go Bonnie off the map. It was hook, line, and sinker, but Evergreen getting a little bit of revenge. We see that grab come through. The bomb comes through. Is that a grab? Wait, Benno just kind of threw that in there. I mean, you take it, you get rid of Salts as well as a result of it going in there and disrupting things, so there's 100% a possibility, but for the time being, if you're the rest of German Crusaders, you need to come back together because MME is not letting up.
Crusaders looking really strong here with the spawn advantage. Good grab, this bomb looking clean! Not finding anything. Good beat there by Evergreen.
Yeah, but a counter shatter gonna be given. Hottie is hit, but the Transcendence is a god save from Crook. Gonna keep Hottie alive, and Flex in a really weird position, not going to get any support, and now German Crusaders again going to take back over, letting the 1v1 happen, and now a quick reset, but Benno again gonna have to play the price for playing Diva. Oh no.
Yeah, welcome to Diva Jail, little one. I am sorry for your loss.
Oh my goodness.
Not
That's
a fun
cool.
place to be in, getting battered around like that, and I really don't know that you can engage normally without your Diva, but you definitely can't engage without your Benno, and we're right back to this choke. A minute on the clock. One fight win here might be all they wrote for MME.
Yeah, and again, you can't chase Hottie. You're going to get booped away. We saw Evergreen go for it. They're going to get killed. Aku just comes around the corner and boops them. You have to reset because they're going to push you. Benno goes for a Benno bomb. They're going to find Psycho somehow, so now it's 100% possible that they come away with the win here, but they have to get rid of Hottie. You just can't go too far. You just have to burn them away. And here comes that pin coming through here. I don't think anybody gets caught quite yet from it, but right now, Flex has a ton of charge to work with. A bomb coming through right now, and somehow it's Ice Gnome that's going to find 2 of their own. And now Bonnie sitting in no man's land, going to have to take the reset. And this is not looking good now if you're MME. We're just not able to find anything.
Where's Hottie going, though? This isn't where you want to be.
Hottie?
This is a fight win, maybe
Bye,
turned
Hottie.
into a fight kind of throw here.
See you later, Hottie.
Evergreen, yeah, Evergreen there just waits for Ice Gnome to push in with their thrusters, knows I can't get back, you're gone, and then boops Hottie as well. I mean, that should have been solidly Crusaders, that should have been the map. Instead here, we're gonna maybe have an overtime contest to cap 3rd point. This is not at all what we were expecting.
No, but Tiger is down already, and the grab is eaten. It is all coming to head, but they got off the point.
No
it doesn't
way.
matter, and they're gonna invest anyway. Might as well try to win the fight. Hottie still has the shatter, but the rest of MME are going to fall, and this should be us calling the map, but no, there's a new lease on life. They barely find the cap.
That's 2 fights in a row where the biggest misplays in the world for German Crusaders gives MME another window of opportunity. And we're seeing a very similar play that we saw on 2nd point that ended up losing the fight for. Oh my god, this is interesting.
Yeah, they're literally just having a Rhine measuring contest in the middle of the spawn room, and so far it is going well for German Crusaders, where Benoslays goes down, gonna take the quick reset, and right now MME has almost no time to work with and has so much distance to take still.
Yeah, this is not the places you want to be. It's going to be overtime pushes basically from here on out.
Yep, Beat gonna be given online, the grab gonna stop it, the Transcendence gonna be thrown on top of it to make sure, but MME has their own combo back ready to go, and there's nothing to be able to stop it, but honestly, you wanna try to get through this fight without using it, but you might not have the choice, but if you get rid of Psycho, that'd be fantastic to your cause, and they're gonna end up throwing it out. They realize they have to. They're not given much of an option to do so, but nobody has gone down yet. That's worst case scenario. They need to find somebody in the next like 3 seconds if they're gonna hope to bring this fight in their direction, just trying to get away. The Beno Bomb going up online, going to find nobody as we see them back on Car. Eventually, Icedome knocked out of Car, gonna have to use the bomb, not gonna find anybody, but gets the remech in time as Hadi has a shatter. This could end it right now. They find something big, but they end up getting caught. The grab comes online, the Transcendence is coming in around the corner, and Tiger just trying to survive long enough to potentially get one online, but now it is just down to the tanks to be able to stall for as long as they can, but it is just Venos Slays, the last person standing, not able to even get that thing past that initial corner, and German Crusaders put themselves on match point.
In probably the most interesting way we've ever seen. I mean, that's 2 colossal misplays to even get them to that point. We should have seen that cart stop, you know, and that fight win happen back on, you know, that first point arch going into second. Instead, we see it pushed all the way cross point 3 off of 2 fights that should have been the end for MME. I mean, that's almost trying to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory there for German Crusaders. Instead, they do come up with that fight win off of good aggression here, and a little bit of a backroom brawl fight off the end. Iceno doing a really good job contesting space, letting the rest of the team come back, knowing they have the bomb to have that second lease onto life, using it very, very well to get their team exactly where they need to. Good contestants as well. That final grab from MME almost found the fight win, but the damage mitigation there just enough to send us through. And you might have already seen it, but we do have the next fight, the next map ready to go. It's gonna be Anubis in another consistency for this this GOATS tournament so far.
Yeah, teams don't really like to play Volskaya for whatever reason. I saw it happen once. I don't think I've saw it much outside of that, but I mean, we know how this works. Like, the rotations are very simple on it as well. A lot of teams take the initial one, they take the left side rotation, and on the second one, they take the left side rotation. It's a pretty simple game, all things considered. It is just who can do it better, who can do it quicker. That is what it comes down to within a map like 2CP, which you know, at the end of the day, it's 2CP. It's I'll be the one to say it. It's not in the game anymore for a reason. It just doesn't work with the style of Overwatch that we have today. If we were to actually see a tournament with regular compositions, it'd be a whole different story, but it's GOATS, so it's acceptable, all things considered, but...
well, I would say it didn't work with the Overwatch of yesteryear either. People hated it at the time for a reason. We haven't seen any of those big, like, 30-minute draw maps that we saw all the time in competitive, and even in OWL and such, when 2CP was a map that was played all the time. So I don't know. I mean, I keep saying we're going to see one of these big stalls, one of these big, you know, super long maps. We haven't seen too terribly much of it yet. GOATS isn't the easiest map in the world to try and get a stall contest on 2CP out. You really need at least a support ult, and then it really comes down to how well you can rotate your support ults. And so if you manage to pull out, you know, the trance and the beat, and then start your actual cap of point B, you can get it through pretty quick, without having to worry about too much of a stall. So I don't know if we'll get too terribly much from that one, but should be interesting nonetheless. As you said, point A is mostly solved. You know, you can go through that mega room on the right, left if you're on attack, or you can hang out and go on to the high ground if you're the attacking team and try to switch it up a little bit more. They both have their advantages and disadvantages. You have a better, you know, a sustain going into that mega room. You have a better, I think, attack and positioning going to the right. It just kind of depends on how you want to play it. The issue with going to the right, though, is just dealing with that high ground and dealing with the Zen throwing in damage for you.
Yep,
So,
and now German Crusader is going to come out on the attack first and foremost. Like they get a setup on that left side rotation. You're going to see Ice Gnome getting in front for a moment to be able to eat that damage. Make sure everybody can get through without too much error. And for the time being, it can work out really well. Playing this initial choke, just pretty much chip away. Wait till somebody either put themselves in a compromising position, or you get enough charge and have enough resources to make your way through with that aggression. And here comes the aggression right now. Hadi going in deep, and it's going to be Tiger that's going to go down first and foremost. And Bonnie not too far behind. Just like that, German Crusaders are going to take this fight. Just focusing on a bit more cleanup and MME. Just get run through on the high ground. It's just the uber aggression that we're seeing from German Crusaders. They are just not giving enemy any room to breathe during these fights.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too, sad if you're an MME fan. Don't worry too much. Point one is typically just a how much time can we take off of the clock regardless. That time, they take about a minute off, which that's not bad. Point A is just historically very, very hard to defend. Point B is really where we see these Anubis fights happening.
Yep, we're coming up already on a good shatter, coming up soon, but Slays does manage to find one. Crook is down, and Hadi not too far behind. This will be a fight win for MME, just hoping to find as many bodies as he possibly can. Ice Gnome going to get brought out of the mech, hoping to find more, and they are indeed going to find a couple more bodies along the way for Bonnie, so a quick reset, and oh boy, Loki, we have 12 ults for this fight.
Everyone locked and loaded. Both teams revolvers ready to get shooting here. Just gotta wonder which bullet's gonna come out first. Hadi quick on the shatter as usual. I imagine we see these Bregults pretty early on, and then the most important one, always, Benno's bomb. Be on the lookout.
Ooh, nice. You saw that. Ice Gnome was separated, so Benno Slays going to go out first and foremost, getting rid of Crook. Waiting for those bombs to come out. Neither bomb has been committed quite yet, and in fact, they're being held onto. Hadi being forced into a corner, but still has a lot of healing to work with. And right now, you can see Bonnie just trying to find Hadi, getting super low. Gonna send in a shatter, and Ice Gnome's gonna find two on the back of that shatter. But if you want a singular bright side to work with, they're going to have a lot of time to reset. But Benno Slays is literally going to have to give up their mech just to try to be able to survive. And it's looking like they are going to be able to do so. A tick already given up. Make that two. They will be able to recontest here. They're going to have the shatter from Bonnie. It has to find some kind of registration, or else this could be the beginning of the end. It comes through. A nice block from Hadi, but Benno Slays still hungry, eats that grab, but I don't think it's going to do a whole lot to stop the German Crusaders, who are just drilling through these members. Evergreen getting drilled down. Golia trying to survive with Bonnie, but they're just not going to make it back to the point. 4:10 on the clock for German Crusaders, and outside of that one fight, it was all them. That was really tough.
I said no fear. Point B is where it happens. 4 minutes on the clock's not what you want to be looking at. That's a hell of a time bank right there. MME needs to pick up the pace on their attack, and MME hasn't been known for picking up the pace. They win. They're a good team, but I would hesitate to call them a fast team. They normally take a couple fights to get moving. They normally take a couple long fights to find their wins. And so I don't know that you can match up against 4 minutes. Granted, I've been making predictions like that all day, and historically they've been wrong every time. Anytime I say this is what's going to happen in the fight, I manage to curse it and something else goes down. So maybe I just cursed it again, and we're going to see 5 minutes on the clock for MME. Who knows? At the end of the day, though, the aggression from MME has to be strong here going into the next one. They have to be willing to push pace. They have to be willing to go in and take fights without Benno being the huge difference maker. We need to see Bonnie stepping up. We need to see Flex stepping up. We need to see Evergreen doing the stuff they were doing on Rialto. It has to be clean from every single member of MME right now.
Yep, and this is when it's going to come down to MME. You've got 4 minutes to play with. Do the very best that you possibly can, and we're going to see that same rotation. Here we go. We're see the body block from Ice Gnome, who's going to knock people out. Goldie going to get hit, but nobody going to go down quite yet. And actually, they're just taking a big fight here, as a matter of fact. Really just trying to cut them through. Benno Slays getting mega low, but is going to be able to stay alive. So now they really just need to hit a quick little regroup, but no, they're going to go full speed ahead. Love to see the aggression, but German Crusaders already have a big difference in terms of all of this alt charge. Psycho up to 70%, Ice Gnome to 70%, Tiger already done. It just like that fight is already over. Hadi goes down, that's fantastic, but it doesn't matter because there's too much damage corralling you in this corner. But now, German Crusaders can't really push this now, so never mind. They're going to commit the rally as well on top of that. The grab being thrown in, Tiger not there to get that charge. Godia getting low, but not down quite yet. Venoslace has that ready to go. The bomb up in the air. You see it flying back there. Not going to find anybody, though. That magic that we saw earlier is just gone. They come together. The bubbles are perfect. Nobody goes down. Ice Gnome gets knocked out of mech, but they're going to recommit. They're going to use the beat to be able to stay alive as well. A lot of ults coming up, but Loki, it's not really resulting in anything.
No, I mean, even if you win this fight, I think it's too long and too costly at this point. You've really got to slow it down a little bit, find your advantage here, and try and get through something without Venoslace and mech. What really can you be looking to find? Now a beat. I think you just have to press S here and try to get yourself together.
Yeah, make sure you have all 6. As Venoslace, I believe, is still out of their mech right now as we speak, just waiting for the opportunity. And they know they're going to cut them off. Venoslace has it back ready to go, going to barely get back into it. And Hottie has a shatter ready to go. So for the time being, MME hold to the side ground. They only have a couple of things to work with. We could see a big Benno bomb soon. It's coming up online, but Flex has already found Crow. So now give themselves their best opportunity so far to be able to get this in. We see the bomb come out from Ice Gnome. Not going to find anybody. But 2 already being down. The shatter onto a couple people from Hottie, but not able to find anything with the pin. Inevitably, it's going to be Enemy who's going to take over that first point. Still not nearly as quickly as German Crusaders were able to do.
Yeah, I mean, first point's all about just how much time can you take off of the board, how much of an ult advantage can you build. That time, only putting 130 on the board, they're going to be lower than German Crusaders, even if they win this fight just immediately. There's nothing they can do about that. Ult economy not super in their advantage as well, so MME really needs to pick up the pace. At this point, they're playing for how much of a deficit can they hold.
Yeah, and we see that grab come through, the beat to counter back up. A nice counter pin right there. A shatter to be sent right back. Psycho and Ice Gnome being caught. There's so many ults. The bomb in the air. A nice knock around, but it's going to be German Crusaders that are going to come on the side of that fight. After such a heavy investment, that's going to blow. And what's going to blow worse is Venoslace is going to be knocked out of mech, and they are as far from a reset as humanly possible.
What a flick by Hottie there with their shield in order to take the boop and keep moving. Now Benno not in a great position. Can they maybe get to Steven Mech back? Are they gonna pop it? They do, and they die. You've got to trigger them killing you at some point, if nothing else. So good job by them. Now Hottie once again playing up aggressively here as time continues to tick away for MME, and MME not a ton ult charge to their name as well. The economy now definitely in Crusaders' way. You don't have to use as many ults to hold this point as you do on first, and so it's just brutal sometimes.
Ooh, yep, rally gonna be online for both. I thought for both. Yeah, both teams using the rally. A nice counter pin. Benno again knocked out the mech though. The shatter gonna find 2. Tiger and Goldia hit with it, getting drilled away. A counter shatter from Bonnie, who's gonna find a couple of their own. But it's going to result in nothing. German Crusaders just able to make it through every single fight. Maybe lose 1 person at best, but they make it work every single time.
I mean, 1 attacker life is worth 2 defender lives here. You really don't have to spend a whole lot as defense. You can give your own life, you can play too aggressively, you can make mistakes overextending. A lot of times on these points it doesn't matter as long as someone else can come up. The defensive advantage on this second point is absolutely stacked.
Yep, we see right now the grab. The Transcendent's going to counteract it for the time being, and now MME, this is their best possible opportunity. It needs to be the biggest grab bomb they have. They drop it the exact same way they've always done it, hoping to find something. Benno does get rid of Hottie. That is best case scenario in terms of getting rid of 1 person. You just need to come together and rally on people because there's a lot of stalls still happening. So now the first tick comes through. Second tick likely to also come through, but now it comes down to Hottie to hit a very big shatter coming out here, just looking for the final touch. They don't get there though.
Not there. Psycho pulls back a little bit too far. They're waiting for Hottie to come back. They want Hottie to be the first touch, but Hottie didn't have the spawn. They died just barely. Too late. But now, German Crusaders has another full push. They've gained 3 seconds on this time bank. Meanwhile, MME has half of what they started with before. It took them 2 minutes to cap point A the first time. This time, they're going to have to cap probably both points in that amount of time. It only took German Crusaders, what, 2:30 to cap both last time, and they've got double that time bank now. I mean, this is an uphill battle if you've ever seen one. Put on top of that, German Crusaders is doing a really, really good job focusing out Benno in these fights time and time again. They've recognized that, hey, even if Benno doesn't have bomb, if we can kill them early and keep them from getting charged, it will be massive. And so they're putting a lot of effort into doing that, and it's working. We're seeing Benno's bombs almost cut in half, and then we're seeing them not able to get the bombs that we've been used to them doing because German Crusaders is putting in so much effort into killing them. For Benno to get those kind of walk-up, place-down bombs that they've been doing, they have to have a pretty good amount of health to do it, or else they're just going to die on the way there. German Crusaders hasn't been allowing Benno to just walk up at any point during these games.
Yeah, not at all, and it's really going to come down to this very first fight. In my opinion, that's going to be a very big part of it. Ice Gnome going to be able to get out, going to get a little bit of charge on both sides, but nothing too significant. So, again, I really want to see the level of aggression here because they're giving all this space because they want them to come out in the open. And Benno Slays is basically going to give their life to being able to getting rid of Crook, which honestly, I'm perfectly fine with because Hadi's already super low. In a corner, is still going to stay alive, but eventually going to be taken out. Benno Slays has now found 3 mono blows, hoping to make it 4, potentially 5. Goldie going to take it, and now MME are going to take over this point. They should have roughly about a minute and a half for this next push.
Yeah, you get the 30 seconds back whenever you cap. And much better push there, obviously, getting it in 1 fight rather than 2. And so now 1:30 on the clock. Not amazing time bank. It took them like 3, I think, last time to find their victory. And this is realistically 1 good fight and 1 bad one.
Yeah, an aggressive bomb. Again, just the Benno Slay aggressive bombs. They're not hitting like they used to. A nice counter pin, though. Gonna knock Hadi away as Ice Dome is just in there mega deep. There's so much going on right now in this central area, but for the time being, people alive. We see the pin coming through. He's gonna catch onto the one person they can't kill with the 1 shot. And here we go, Hadi with the shatter ready. Only gonna find onto a couple, but we have the transcendence coming through. This fight going to be mega important for what's going on here. And Bonnie is super low, and there's nothing left to work with for MME. They're treading out kills, and that's great, but it's not going to win you this fight. Hadi just is gonna focus on the rest of the cleanup, and it's gonna be a lot of all charge for both sides. But there's going to be only 1 fight left for MME, and they're only going to have a couple of ults.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. You got 1 really good fight to make it happen, and then this fight, even if you're winning it, you're going to have to start playing overtime. You're going to have to start worrying about contests. There's going to be a beat and a transcendence ready for that stall. This is not the position you want to be in for MME. The only chance they win this is by getting a 6, just a full 6K, a team kill all at once.
Yep, and they need to make this rotation. They have to go through all the way, but Bonnie's going to die. And that is it's gonna need a borderline miracle to make this happen now. We see the bomb come out from Benno Slays. Not gonna find anything. Ice Storm still has theirs attack, a counter shatter being sent out. Not gonna find anybody. Everyone's doing a really good job trying to stay alive. We see the overtime touch come through as 2 of them decide to make their way to the point, but they're not even gonna find a single tick. As Hadi gonna grab the Mega and is gonna join Bonnie inevitably. The Shatter's ready though. You just have to send it. Might as well send it on the 1. He's gonna actually get 2 with it technically, but the bubble going to stop it from coming through. And now it's just Bonnie left for the touch, but they're not even going to get it. So now, MME, the weight of the world on their shoulders. If they want a chance to win this map, they have to hold the first point.
Yeah. Well, they could get a draw. We could see a draw. Draw is on the table. They didn't get a tick. And so we have to see 33% come out now for German Crusaders. Which, you know what? I'd be here for it. I'd be here for a draw right now. I think that'd be fun. We've been waiting for a 2CP draw. We haven't had one yet. And I do want to keep seeing more of this game, so I am wholeheartedly cheering for a draw here in this moment. I think. In this next one though, we need to see MME come out with the aggression in the playing they did on their own attack for first point. First point, German Crusaders absolutely rolled through them. They didn't have a defense. We've got to see a little bit of a defense here. Even though that second point is good, I don't know that you really want to be holding it for 4 minutes. That's just too much time for things to go wrong. They need to take a fair amount of time off on this point right now. At least a minute, minute and a half, 2. I think if they don't get a minute and a half, they're not where they need to be. They're not on pace to find their victory. I think Bonnie here also needs to be the standout player. We've seen them able to put up those plays before when Slays is getting focused. This time, though, they're not really being able to find an in on Hadi. We need to see a little bit of that, Rhine battle dominance that we saw before come out right here, right now, able to find this win.
Yep, and now 4 minutes on that clock. MME have to make a borderline miracle happen. Slays is going to go in there, immediately have to make their way out. As German Crusaders, honestly, they have the ability where if they want to make this fight happen super quick, they are 100% in the ability to do so. Because for the time being, Slays is trying to eat away damage. But MME, look how low they're getting already just right now. And now they're going to go all in. Already going to catch Flex, but it's a nice counterpin onto Socks. But unfortunately, it's just not going to matter. They're being taken away one by one. Slays manages to find one of their own right. But I don't think there's any ability to be able to set up for a recontestment, which means everybody manages to get Hadi. That's lovely.
A little bit of extra at the end there. They do get a minute. It's fine. It's adequate, is what I was saying. There's going to be 3:30 for the second point. I've seen longer holds, but it's still a really, really long time bank to go through it. The one thing that they do have on their side is their ult economy, looking at pretty good right now for MME. It's not perfect. You would want a little bit more. German Crusaders looking to get 6 ults up here pretty quickly, but so is MME. So if they can really kind of slow this down, they might be in a pretty good position to pull out this draw.
Yeah, Bonnie was coming with a strong shatter, but everybody was ready and hiding. The bomb's going to come out, hoping to find somebody. No one going to get caught, but everyone in a really weird position. Flex already getting super low. 99 to a grab, needs to get it online, and they are going to be able to live through it. The grab going to be sent back. Both bombs coming online. It might come down to the bombs. Benno coming back, fighting 3 on their own. Going to keep it alive for the time being. Going to wipe away the remaining members of German Crusaders, and that's 1 fight down, but a heck of a lot to go.
Yeah, need to find 3 more, most likely. And the good stall here might actually cut it down to 2, depending on how they do it. Yeah, probably about, 2.5 fights left. So, really good play there. We saw all 6 ults coming out from both teams to set up this, which puts MME in the driver's seat to get this through. With no ults for German Crusaders to work with, any fight when they're going to have is going to be a slow one or going to have to come through next fight. MME here looking very, very strong, especially when Flex is already at 80% on this Dario.
100%. Now 2 minutes and counting. They're baiting it, and it looks like they're going to go main on this one instead. Not going to have a lot, but honestly, this could potentially be a dry fight scenario. There's not really anything to use. I would really like for Flex to be able to hold on to their grab for this coming fight, because Slays is nowhere near ready to go in with that combo, and that's where we're going to see a lot of the picks come through, is the combo between Slays and Flex. So for the time being, German Crusaders are actually just building up to their own grab right now. It needs to be big. It's going to come through. Back, Green getting super close. The bomb comes through. Not going to find anything for the time being. A nice pin onto Psycho. Going to send a shadow through. Literally finds nobody. But Hadi's in a weird position, but Hadi is now back to full health. We see it come online. Needs to stay alive. They have to find somebody. Swing away. But there's so much left on the line for German Crusaders. So much left to work with. It's slowly going to be going through, but Hadi gets a little too deep for their own good. Body being knocked away, so much damage still remaining. Psycho back to that 100 charge. Going to burn away at Evergreen. Slays knocked out a mech. It could come down to Psycho, who's burning these people away. We see the grab come through. The bomb online. No one else going to be able to try to survive through that. They're trying their best to. But at the end of the day, it is too much. They're trying to come back, trying to touch. It's just Evergreen and Flex trying their damnedest to make this point last. The solo shatter onto both of the tanks. They're trying so desperately hard to make it back to the point. But your last season's champions are taken down by German Crusaders, who will meet SRP Czech once again in the grand finals.
I was cheering for it, so close to the draw. Not gonna happen today. German Crusaders, though, earn their rematch back in Grand Finals. We're gonna see a repeat of Losers Finals, but this is a different German Crusaders team than we saw before. Psycho is here, ready to go, helping out their tank, Hadi, and doing an amazing job of it. With that said, though, I think we do need to cut this out pretty quick so that we can get Grand Finals moving. So, Hunter Train and I, this is all we've had for the weekend. You're not going to get to see us in the tournament anymore. If you've been hanging out with us on mainstream, thank you very much for being here. But with that, have a great weekend, y'all, and get ready for Grand Finals of European GOATs.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
54 teams started this tournament, and now 1 week later we're down to 2, seeing who are the goats of goats. Welcome to the grand finals. My name is K-Wing, bringing you the action here with Soav. We've got the German Crusaders themselves against the team that seems so unstoppable this entire time, dropping so far only 1 map, and that was when they were playing their support player at Zarya, SR Peak Check. That's such a crazy streak, and I gotta ask, Soav, just coming into this, is there anything that can stop this insane squad of SR Peak Check?
I mean, if anything is going to, it's going to be the German Crusaders, but look, this is a grudge match, K-Wing. Like, you see it right above, you know, right next to the finals. This already happened, and it was a 3-0 for SR Peak Check. It's really hard not to look at that and think, you know, well, is SR Peak Check just unbeatable? Do they have the right combination of players and teamwork? Or was it just, you know, maybe German Crusaders? You know, we didn't see Psycho immediately in the previous match, so maybe now they just weren't, now that they're at full power, maybe there's something there. Both teams really didn't drop matches, you know, through this whole run, through this whole event. So I don't think there's like a clear cut and dry winner. I do say the edge does kind of go to SR Peak Check. It feels like their teamwork and their pieces have just kind of been a little more in check to get them here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And for that incredible run, SR Peak Tech has given themselves the advantage and are coming in with that first map selection. And they have given us that so important selection. They're going to be taking us to our first control map. And that's going to be Ilios to start us off. It's an interesting pick, to say the least.
Yeah, usually you think people would be, you know, it's Lijiang Tower 9 times out of 10, but Ilios is a very solid map. There's a lot of variety amongst the different individual maps, so I do think that this might work in the German Crusaders' favor in a lot of ways. I know SRP Check picked this, but I do think that the one thing that, having seen the German Crusaders a couple of times now, I think their style kind of fits a little bit better here for Ilios. They can play in and out of these choke points. They can play around these moments when Hadi gets really aggressive, goes deep, and creates an opening, creates a moment of action to do that. So for this being SR Peak Check's pick, I'm really, I want to say this is a home turf advantage, but I do think that they are just gonna have to watch out because Hadi has been playing warmed up. The rest of the support line there, Level and Crook has looked fantastic again. On that, Zenyatta had to do a little Zarya work. Like, this team is now fired up. Meanwhile, SR Peak has had a little bit of a rest.
Yeah, SR Peak Check coming off of a very long break while we had that lower bracket finals. Hadi and the members of the German Crusaders are all warmed up as we see those rosters come in. It's not going to be much of a surprise. Well, German Crusaders showing the Moira.
No.
That's bait. That's bait, and I'm not taking it.
Bait. I would buy the Ana. If you put an Ana there, if there was an Ana, I'd be like, all right, maybe. But no, we're just going to see goats as we see it here. I mean, the interesting matchup to me, is going to be the Cloud versus Sox matchup here. Brigitte, you know, is one of the most important roles in this, and Cloud had a bit more time, you know, working with the team to make sure this worked. But realistically, like, Sox has had a great run in this, but I don't know how much time it's, you know, how much is the time going to make between these teams.
I'm liking Cloudy and SR Peak Check already getting on the point as both these teams squaring off. Two incredible Reinhardts. The unstoppable force and the immovable object are running at each other right now. There's the charge in and the immediate pin onto Vestola. Hadi taking them out. And that is a quick D-root from the German Crusaders to take first point.
Yeah, that is a key first pick when you look at what needs to go. If the Zarya falls, that's most of your damage gone, and these two teams have the skill and the knowledge to know that, like, when you lose most of your damage, there's no charge there, get out, reset, and go again.
Yeah, and Vestola as well, no ult charge compared to Psycho, already 2/3 of the way there. Vestola only approaching a quarter, so now trying to re-engage this SRP check, just jumping in onto the point, counter charge going through. Cloudy barely staying alive. The Transcendent coming in just to bully him. And that is another reset coming in from SRP check.
And a pretty cheap one at that. You know, you really didn't spend much of anything. It cost you trans. Like, you have 4 of your 5 of their ultimates there. Sure. Meanwhile, SRP check, you're still building. You're still going. Yeah, the last ultimate really wins here. But this aggression from the German Crusaders means at this point is going to tick up. But we've seen them do this. They need to not overextend. Once they push too far, take too much space, and get punished for it, that's when they did it. And now that they're moving back, I love that. I love that a lot better.
Early grab with Ensign thrown in the bomb, not landed on anyone, but Admiral's already gonna get taken down by the Reinhardt of Hattie. Shatter's gonna go completely wide for Cloudy. Not the same for Hottie though, as the German Crusaders are continuing their streak of dominance. They're coming in red hot, so.
Yeah, that's a lot of swinging. That's a lot of things. Look, when you're down 3-0, this is kind of the other thing I was alluding to is, you know, you took a pretty hard loss to SRP check in the upper bracket. You kind of have some bad feelings about that, and the German Crusaders are showing that. They do have 2 of their support ultimates up, but no real, aggressive attack ultimates. So SRP check, this is their time to take it.
Oh, and there you go. That's the first pick onto Hottie, and that is a difficult one to recover from for the German Crusaders. They're just going to get out of there, but not before losing that Zarya. Just complete destruction, but they get to overtime. So for German Crusaders, I feel like you're pretty happy, right, Soab?
Yeah, you're very content with that, K-Wing. It's one fight to win. You know, you've got at least 2 or 3 fights to do it. You didn't spend any ults. You have, you know, you spent rally, sure, that's fine. You're coming into everything else though. You have grab. You have a lot going on here. The problem is that, you know, you do have the grab and bomb for SRP check. There's no defensives though. If you can just make this go long, you should be able to clear this if you're the German Crusaders. You just have to kind of get past those initial ultimates coming your way.
Oh, but Ghost 91 with that early pick charges up to the Transcendence. That's exactly the advantage that German Crusaders didn't want them to get. It's the advantage that you were talking about. And now they're going to struggle against it.
They're just going to give it up.
In.
Yeah, they're just going to get out. That's the right call. You don't have that. You're down. That was arguably your longest defensive tool. It's the right play. You have time, and I respect that.
Ooh, counter shatter coming out from the German Crusaders against, or SRP check against that grab. Bomb into the back. Is it going to land onto anyone? No. Both supportals out for the German Crusaders, and they're still losing players. Cloudy going to get shattered. Ghost going to go down. It's an even 5v5, but Psycho's not going to let it keep that way. The German Crusaders are reeling.
They spent everything in that K-Wing. That was just that was a costly fight for them. And,
wait,
just unfortunate.
Wait,
Crook?
they're getting the picks.
Crook?
They
okay.
turned that around while we were throwing it. What?
Okay.
They got those picks. They were down multiple, and they had the other fight, but they pushed in. They saw something that we didn't there, Soav, and well, they were very, very right.
I mean, they saw the few extra picks, right? At this level, you know, at this high of a level, you know, this is the end of GOATs. This is the top peak of GOATs right here. Is you kind of recognize those points. It's why Crook made the decision. Look, I'm coming back on Moira. Speed is the most important thing right here. It makes the most sense. You know, sometimes these GOATs fights, they're not as cut and dry. It's really easy to look and say, and we both know this. It's really easy to look and say, oh, there's 2 down, the fight's over. But especially with these qualities of players, that's not always the case. So moving over to well, I'm watching the positioning here. You know, this is Lucio's paradise. I'm really watching for these Lucios now, for Admirable and Aku to come out and find some boot plays to really make the differences here.
Yeah, we've seen some scary plays from Admiral, especially on this map. We followed SRP check through this entire bracket, and they have done some incredible things as the Stola gets pinned into Narnia. Ooh. But Aku's gonna get booped off the map by Ariel. But Cloudy's gonna get taken down. It's an even 4v4. Both Griggs and Ryan's going down, but all the support's gone. Admiral, though, taking out the mech and the Zarya before getting taken down. Looks like SRP check just barely edging it out.
They'll sneak it out here, but they need this advantage considering that first round did not go their way. And, you know, looking just at the solid numbers, like there's no real queer winner. Hattie, again, leads most of the ult charges, but there's really, like, his shatters are going to be dangerous. You're going to have to make sure you block this if you are Santa Banana. You're going to have to just make sure you can't let that find value. It's your only thing really stopping you from committing a huge ultimate like Trance.
Yeah, and you really don't have that Transcendence up yet. You're going to need to try and charge it up, because if something big happens and those big tank ults come through, you need that beat or that Transcendence to try and counter it out. As the D.Va goes into the well, is able to fly out. Graviton Surge thrown in. Vestola notices that D.Va out of position. Not going to find any picks off of it. The just damage isn't there. Not high enough charge, it seems. Damage pushing through from SRP check, allowing them to charge up ults. But the German Crusaders, they were just waiting to charge up these ults. Psycho gonna get devoured. That Graviton Surge isn't getting anything. Shatter's gonna come through. Ensum finding one with the bomb. It's not gonna change that result. It'll get them the win. Transcendence thrown in late. SRP check are ready to recontest, but it's thrown off the map. Ghost 91 gets booped. The D.Va, with such a massive play, keeps it for the German Crusaders.
These D.Vas have been the real difference makers across most of these games, and that is, you know, it's such an important position. It's such an important character to keep up and moving in those positions. I mean, German Crusaders spent everything just to get control of this, so they're coming into a few of those important ultimates, but they are behind. If SRP check moves quick and catches somebody out, this could be a flip back.
Oh, 3 caught up in the shatter. Soaks is gonna go down. SRP check say you had your fun. It's time to leave now.
That's what I was afraid of. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. It was just, you know, look, if Banana gets in there and just slams that down, there's nothing in the way. So it'll be a flip for now. And I mean, SRP check relatively cheap. You're fine with that. They'll take the aggressive positioning. And I mean, Crusaders still didn't really build much here, so it's going to be basically in the neutral.
Yeah, they do have that powerful Grav Bomb combo. We've seen some big plays from it before, both in regular Ghosts and just in this tournament. We've seen some fight-winning combos. Can they push it? Can they take it to the house? That's the question for the German Crusaders. There's the early Graviton Surge just to take out Vestola. That's a smart play there. Rally going to come out from Soaks. Pushing through, allowing the aggression from German Crusaders. They need this pick. It's last fight territory. They need to take this down. 10 Banana getting destroyed. Level 1 Crook staying alive. The staggers will get them to 99%, but it won't win them that fight. German Crusaders are not done yet.
No, there's still quite a bit of fuel in that bank as well, but SRP check just needs to clear one more. It's probably going to take 2 to get to that point, especially if they get pushed up like this.
Oh, Vestola gets caught
good
out.
Shot.
Oh, that's not good for SRP check. They lose their Zarya again. That charge reset. And now the aggression from German Crusaders can go full well. Hottie with a Spawn Door challenge.
He's going to do it. Look, you know, he did it. We already saw one do it. We already saw Cloudy do it prior. Someone else has to do it. We got to assert that dominance, but the pick on the Ghost is huge.
They're trancing? The Shatter's gonna come in and find 3 on the ground. Psycho's grab is gonna get eaten again. Psycho, Unbound Cube, you're not getting to use it. It's just not gonna happen, not when Ariel's on the field. And SRP check rolling through. The Shatter onto Psycho. Beat comes in from Aku. Keeping German Crusaders up. This fight is for the round, and it is SRP check coming in with all the advantages. The point flip comes in. D.Va Bomb onto point. Can anyone even touch? Aku's gonna get taken down. And note, touch means no chance for German Crusaders.
Means we'll be going to 3 there. And that is honestly the best case scenario, I think, for them. It just looks to be that, you know, these, again, this is exactly as even as a matchup we thought it was going to be here. So going over finally to Ruins, though. I mean, what really needs to change? It's hard to say for both of these teams because it's been so back and forth. I really do think that the aggression from both teams has been really solid. The positioning looks very good. And I'm going to be watching for who can take these high grounds and kind of get, you know, play us forward and maintain this distance, because winning the point, especially on Ruins, is not the hardest part. It's maintaining that point.
Yeah, and as the doors open, both of these teams looking for that early advantage. German Crusaders looking to hand SRP check their first map loss at full strength in this tournament. they've had with their full strength coming in. SR Peak check. They're incredibly scared here, and they've already lost Cloud. They've lost that Brig, and now it's German Crusaders running in. Ariel gonna get demech'd. Trading out both divas off of the field. Remech comes in very quickly for Ariel. Hadi gonna get taken out, and it's a quick reversal of fortune, it seems, for SR Peak check. Santa Banana, though, gonna get bullied, but will stay in it.
I mean, that's the thing about Ghosts, right? It's the war of attrition. It's the longer you can stay together, the longer you can hold onto your ultimates, the more it works out in your favor. So they'll continue to tick up, but I mean, the other part to all this is, like we said, you know, can you hold your ults longer? The German Crusaders are coming into more sooner, and if they act aggressively, they might be able to capitalize on that. No?
Pistola's up on the roof.
Yep.
And there's the Graviton Surge. Gonna barely almost take down Admiral there. A lot of damage coming through. Rally comes out from Soaks. Beat in late from SR Peak check, keeping both up. German Crusaders going to get the later beat. Cloud, the first to fall. But the bomb's gonna take out Aku. Handsome, though, already taking down two. It's gonna be Hadi to find a third. The German Crusaders might have just found their rhythm and taken back the point, 50-0.
Possibly, but it works. And this is, again, that back and forth, right? Chaining wins together in Goats is one of the more difficult aspects, especially when it comes to the teamwork parts. And the German Crusaders have kind of shown that they're struggling with that this match. So they'll move forward and try to take some space. But again, you know, I really need to see something kind of hold it up. There's no real ultimates on board here, so Hadi Shatter should be the difference maker.
Hadi Shatter, we've seen some big ones from him so far. Can we see another one come through? Also have the grab from Psycho. That's going to be the first one used, ready and waiting for them. But Psycho's going to be the first to fall. So much damage gone. And SR Peak check overwhelmed the lines of the Crusaders.
I think that's kind of been, you know, a little bit of the story in this regard is the teamwork coming out of SRP check, you know, the team kills. You can see how many assists are on each of those, and that just in itself is a difference maker. But again, chaining fights is the other part to this equation. So the teamwork helps you chain those fights together. The more you can win, the more you can build ultimates, the more you can build your lead. And SRP check has a lead in the ultimate economy right now. They should be able to last a longer fight with these 5 ults.
Yeah, 5 ults and the game-changing ultimates of the bomb, the shatter, the rally. It's going to be the early bomb engage from Ariel. Takes out
No way.
Hadi. What an over-the-top bomb. And now Santa Banana's just got a free shatter. And it looks like it might just be a free win for SRP Chat. Oh, no.
Oh, gosh, come on. I mean,
not the spawn door challenge.
Look, these two teams are going to do that to each other. This is EU at its finest. These EU brawls, they get in each other's faces. Do you expect anything less, K-Wing? I didn't. What I do expect is somebody to try to make it there, but I do think it's going to be in vain. There's, you know, you're going to have to commit sound barrier just to get a touch that lives here, K-Wing, and that's going to put you so far behind.
No, and Aku
if you can even make it, you can't even make it.
Yeah, Aku was the first to touch and died for it. That was the only thing that got them to overtime. And then they had no Lucio speed to get them a shot. So SR Peak check take that first map in style, but it is not as dominant as we have seen from them so far, because the SR Peak check that I know and remember, oh boy, they would have been done with 3 maps by now. They would have been sending their opponent packing. They are an incredibly fast and incredibly powerful team, and German Crusaders might just be pushing that to its limit.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. And I think part of the reason that's happening is because of how aggressive the German Crusaders are playing. I think when you look at the other teams in this tournament, no shade on any of these other incredible teams. We saw some incredible players and some incredible moments. These two teams, you know, up until now, kind of haven't been playing teams that have been playing on the same speed, of Goats, the same reaction time. And now it's finally almost as if to be like, oh, we've hit someone who's finally able to match, who's matching the aggression, who's matching the speed. And that is kind of putting both of these teams in check here. When you finally get somebody who's stepping up to be a challenger like this, it makes these games more intense.
Yeah, we do have our next map pick in our ears. German Crusaders looking to even this up, looking to not go down 4-0, not go down scoreless like they did in winners finals. They're taking us to an interesting one. So they're taking us to Blizzard World.
Nah,
And that's an interesting one.
Nah, that's so you've been following SRP check. I've been following the German Crusaders. So I will tell you, K-Wing, that this is like right out of their playbook. From the few games we've seen of them, on streams, they ran this. They ran Blizzard World. They had a little bit of a speed bump here or there, but they have a great understanding of this map. They know how to play on it. They know how to position on it. I'm not surprised we're going here. It is an oddball in the regards to, like it's not everybody's favorite, but I think that when it looks at what, German Crusaders want to play to something that's a strength. Yeah, I agree. Take something that you can play well as opposed to the map everybody plays pretty well. Give yourself a little advantage in that regard.
Yeah, Blizzard World is not the map that you typically see. It is usually that King's Row. And honestly, with Blizzard World, you do tend to see some more poke-style compositions, but considering we're in that GOATS comp, I'm interested to see. I don't think any changes are going to be made, and I'm completely correct on that front, but I'm interested, how does German Crusaders play this that's so unique? What specifically is that secret sauce they're bringing?
So my guess is that they're going to play from that front hold, as a lot of teams really do like to try to. And, the key to that working is making sure you can kind of separate the Reinhardt or separate someone, catch them on the rotation. This high ground offers so much of an advantage point in that, what are you going to do? Approach them from the small hallway? Well, you're coming into such a small choke point, you just get melted by damage. Are you just going to try to run by them? Somebody's going to get left behind. That Zen is still a very crunchy target who does not move fast, and it's very easy just to collapse on them out of the sky. So, I do think that in that case, the defenses will be good there for that. SRP check has to be aware of that going into this.
They have to know this team. They have to know exactly how they want to play this. And now they're just kind of leaning over toward the side. The rotation is going to come through. They're going to try and play it through that small hallway. Are they going to keep trying to play this? They're going to go around for a rotation. Drop down the stairs and try and go to point. They see the Zenyatta of level 1 Crook. They're not going to try and collapse on top of it. They're going to try and take this opposite high ground and force the German Crusaders into the exact situation that they were just in.
Smart.
Completely flipping the script on them as the point starts to flip up. Ensign getting taken down out of the mech, denying that defense matrix value, and already a tick 2 coming in for SRP check. They're playing this so aggressively though. Beat and Transcendence stacking up for the German Crusaders, and they throw in the Graviton Surge. This is GOATS at its finest. Psycho getting taken down. Both Zarya's gone. Shatter in from Santa Banana to seal the deal and to slam the door shut on the German Crusaders.
Yeah, they'll take the point, and again, it was a costly fight, but that's what you expected out of it. And that's what they needed to do, was really, like you said, flip the script, get the German Crusaders off of that pedestal where they wanted to play from. And it was a great read from that. You saw Hadi kind of, force himself into a bad position and get a little bit caught out, which enabled Santa Banana to catch in and catch those other players out. So a great read, and they'll take this high ground and be rewarded for it.
Early DMAC on the side of SRP check. Ariel going to get taken down immediately, and SRP check is going to have to push back.
For now, but this front high ground by the spawn is always, that's the next hold point, right? Like, this is the next kind of point where you hold from, you can drop down, you can kind of keep them there, and it does so much good. You can buy so much more time and space by holding this. You just can't separate the team. Everybody has to commit to this movement at the same time.
That they do, and German Crusaders, the script flipped on them again, it seems, as they're just struggling with these rotations, getting rotated on top of. Hadi gonna get stunned up, nearly taken out. He's getting Santa Banana being taken out first. Charge goes through onto the brig, picks him out of the crowds. Cloud's going down. SRP check finally getting a stop.
For now, they'll get it going, but that's, again, you gotta chain these fight wins together. You can't just sit back and hold it. So German Crusaders going to continue to hold from this front angle. They have a couple ultimates on their side. You know, I see the Graviton, I see the Rally, and the Sound Barrier coming up, so German Crusaders got to move fast here, got to play aggressive in their style to win this.
There's the Graviton from Psycho. Not going to find any early picks, but there's the bomb. Dropped right into the middle of the fray. Admiral is going to get taken out for it, but Hottie and Santa Banana both taken down. It looks again, SR Peak Check just cannot get multiple picks to get one exit frag. Won't be enough.
Not enough. I mean, and every single fight just gets more costly as this goes. Santa Banana's going to send in the Shatter?
Whoa! Early Shatter and an Ajax call out from Ensum. I believe that's actually true. Counterpin coming in onto Hottie. Santa Banana in a bit of trouble. Can he make it out alive? It looks like he can, but right into the grab. And there, Hottie and Soaks to clean up the rest.
Yeah. I mean, this is the third fight in a row for the German Crusaders. This is what they needed when we talked about, you know, chaining fights together, making sure the team plays as a full unit is exactly what it is. And we wondered, you know, German Crusaders lost this prior. Were they going to be able to put this teamwork together? And they're showing us that they can. Now it's Hottie, the only one with a Shatter on board. And again, we've seen how Hottie can swing that hammer down. So let's see where it lands and what havoc it causes in this coming play.
SR Peak Check trying the same rotation they tried, but getting very, very aggressive with it. Trying to stake a claim on that high ground that won them that first fight. Shatter comes in, blocked by the break shield. Pilot Diva barely staying alive. Santa Banana in some trouble. Gonna get taken out for it, just out of position. There's the Transcendence, and it's gonna be Hottie taken down. SR Peak Check has their opportunity, has their full charge Zarya. But still Ensum taking out two. Admiral going to get taken down as well. Vestola throwing out the Graviton Surge, and another Ajax coming in. This is so scary for these Lucio players.
It has been tough times to be a Lucio player. X2, yeah, they're calling it out. Look, the mental games are also a part of this as well, so it's the way it is in this higher level. So high ground is taken, and it's just Ariel's bomb along with Cloud's rally for the SR Peak Check. And it's enough to maybe get through it. You probably have to, you know, looking ahead, there's only really Transcendence. You're saving transfer, you know, probably against that rally. So if you can move and make this work, you should be able to get a little bit of advantage. Leave one on the cart and hope for the best.
And SR Peak Check taking a heavy position on the low ground. Ghost having to stand on the side. Now onto Hottie over there. Can't protect against that Shatter. Level 1 Crook's gonna go down. And German Crusaders, they put up such a good fight. Ensum throwing in the bomb down 2. Needs something big, but it's not gonna be found. Psycho's gonna get taken down. And the Diva of Ensum gonna get staggered out just a hair before SR Peak Check takes the point.
A well-earned point for that as well, but I mean, in this regard, there's still a lot of work to be done. You're at second point, but you know, you're running out of time. You're under 2 minutes at this point, and you got to make more work here. You got to get more value of these ultimates. I think that's the one thing that SRP Check really has kind of struggled with, is getting value between the Ajaxes that have been happening on both sides. Like, there's got to be more value. We haven't seen any big plays come out, and that's because of how strong these players are. Work together, set up the Diva bomb for success here, make a play happen if you want to close this out.
That's a big Graviton Surge. Both Transcendences going to come out for SRP Check, but Psycho's thrown into the void. Admiral playing it so strong, gonna take them out, and that's a big pick for the Lucio.
That is a huge comeuppance, especially with that grab online that never got used. So it'll be there for the next fight for the Crusaders. But SRP Check, again, spent most of the tank to keep this going. Again, you found the value, but you can't keep hoping that Admiral just continues to find these groups to save the day. You gotta put a lot of these ultimates to work.
Psycho throwing out the early grab. Not seeing much of it. A lot of ults getting thrown out for the German Crusaders, but it's level 1 Cook the first to fall. Vestola down. Cart nearly pushing through. Soak's gone. And even all those ults, it seems, could not save the German Crusaders. As SR Peak Check gonna land safely. 30 seconds remaining.
Great time bank. Everything kind of unfortunately fell a little bit downhill for the German Crusaders once they lost that early hold point advantage. They definitely show that they understand how to manage the high grounds, and that's kind of what affected them, right? They held on the capture point segment with that high ground. They were able to kind of take it back. They lost the point, held on that high ground again. Point B, they never got the high ground. They were never able to really kind of set up and be where they want to be. And there's no real high ground to see. Like, there's a small high ground at the side, but you're not really going to position there. It's not ideal. So the positioning from this German Crusaders team, you know, when it's on, they win. When they know exactly where they want to be and how they want to run the fight, they've shown that they can win these fights. The problem becomes when they aren't controlling where and when these fights happen. That's when SR Peak Check comes in, hits their styles, they clutch, and they find the value.
And for German Crusaders, that time bank is rough. This isn't a map like King's Row where we regularly see these big 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute completions. Blizzard World is an incredibly difficult map to push through all the way. So it's very unlikely to see that completion. A completion with time as well is terrifying for the German Crusaders. All the pressure on them. This is their map pick. They need something big here as we start up all the pressure on to Hadi and the rest of the Crusaders as Ensum gonna run through SR Peak Check, gaining that charge for Psycho. Running around the statue, playing against this high ground. It looks like the German Crusaders are going to try and rotate to point, but level 1 Crooks is going to get bulldozed over. SR Peak Check doing what the German Crusaders did to everybody else. It's a disaster for them. They're going to get sent right back to spawn.
Yeah, it's a patience game, right? Once you look at this point, it's how many of your abilities do you have on? Do you have speed? Do you have all your defensives? Are bubbles up? How's DM looking? Because you can't make that cross the statue. It's going to be a point of weakness when you cross that. So you have to go in with full resources. If you get antsy and try to push it, that's when someone gets punished, and that's when that happens.
Yeah, thankfully, German Crusaders got that exit pick onto Vestola, and Psycho High Charge was able to get some damage in. Stand Banana has the Shatter's gonna go right into Ensum, and only Ensum. Grab catches the entire team, gonna pin right through, take down Soak. Santa Banana ready to go and get it. Beat comes through from Admiral, keeps the rest of SR Peak Check alive. The German Crusaders, they need this fight win. They need something big. They've already got a pick, but they're gonna lose Hadi. Bomb comes into the back and nothing on the kill feed to show for it. That's not what you want for the German Crusaders.
No, I mean you've got it to at least 1 tick. You would have loved 2, but you kind of capitalized for a moment there, but it was a costly capitalize. The good thing from all this is that you do come in, with a couple of ults. You have Shatter, you have Bomb. There are some tools there. If you're tracking, it's only rally, and you can play through that. You can force this bomb issue through it, but you got to move and get Soaks out of the way first.
Yeah, Soaks is going to be a high-value target. That rally ends when the break dies. Rally used early. Can they find anything onto Soaks? Just going to stay alive and tank through it. As now the push comes through, the German Crusaders really getting aggressive. Psycho full charge with the Graviton, takes out the Pilot Diva, but the Diva bomb somehow took them out. I don't even know where that bomb was. Bomb thrown in from Ensum will land onto Santa Banana. So there's just too many picks coming in on to the German Crusaders. They can't keep this up, and SR Peak Check will edge them out.
And SR Peak Check did that without really overly committing everything. You threw in, you threw in grab, you had that, but you still have 2 defensives here. You match the 2 across from the German Crusaders. Self-destruct is going to be the difference maker here, versus everything. Every other, tank ultimate is just pretty far away into the mid fight. So if this Diva bomb, if that finds any value, I'm looking at these supports now who have to be playmakers.
Yeah, Cloud with the rally versus level 1 Crook. With the Transcendence, you have 2 big defensive ultimates for German Crusaders that they can use aggressively. but with time running out, the early rally comes through. Level 1 Crook has to use the Transcendence early. Shatter dropped in onto 2 members of SRP Check. The rally there to keep them up and happy. Both Zens drop to the ground. Shatter comes in from Santa Banana, but the picks are coming through for the Crusaders. Bomb to clear out some space. It's going to be that second tick that they wanted. The pin doesn't come through. Santa Banana, though, going to get taken out by Hottie, and the German Crusaders will just barely grasp point A.
They got what they needed. It was in the 11th hour, so they need to get these positions, and you can see them rushing off to try to clear out the remainders, but also take this important high ground. Again, if they can get these positions and hold these high grounds, hold these fights where they want to be, they look good. They don't win in these scrappy fights versus SRP Check. And, I mean, you have Shatter grabs, so there's at least a bit of damage out.
Yeah, there's the grab and the Shatter to follow it up. Santa Banana's going to be taken down, but the bomb from Ariel taking them out. Incredible stuff from German Crusaders. I don't know if I like that remake coming in from Ensom. They might end up getting staggered out for it. They're able to escape,
Thankfully. Honestly, that is one of those cases where, again, just regroup, get yourself back to 0, and hope for the best, because ultimates are pretty slim. You're in the neutral here, and Admiral holding on to the only real active defensive means that XRP Check feels ready for this upcoming fight.
Beat and Transcendence both invested, both grabs. These teams are within spitting distance of each other. Bomb onto the point, still not finding anything in the kill feed from Ensom. It's 2-1 in terms of picks. German Crusaders seeming to finally have their advantage. D-meching Ariel have their cake and eat it too. They've got it there. Forward.
Got it there, and that's their aggression. That's been their aggression that comes through. It's also just from the back of Psycho, a lot of it. You know, again, that high charge Zarya is most of your damage when it comes out. If you have to protect your Zarya, you have to make sure Zarya is in position to be covered and be healed up when it's time to clean up. Otherwise, it's going to be harder. SRP Check though, 3 ultimates on board. I see only 1. I see only Soaks' defensive against them. I mean, SRP Check's primed to come back here.
Yeah. Especially with how aggressive SRP Check is playing, but they lose Pistola early. Psycho, that high charge Zarya cannot be underestimated. Early rally from Soaks, Shatter from Santa Banana just to land in onto Ensom. Santa Banana got pinned right into the grab, and German Crusaders did not stop for a moment, it seems, on that push.
Yeah, Cart literally never stopped rolling, so you know, you'll take that fight handedly. This is not the team we saw on the defense here, that's for certain. This is, again, you know, second, third fight chained together for the German Crusaders, just making themselves heard. You wondered if they were going to be able to clear it. This is exactly why the German Crusaders wanted to come here. They feel confident enough to clear it, and now with these ults to back up the next fight, this looks like they might chain the next one as well.
It really might, but they need to keep chaining. They don't have much time. They've got 1:10 on the clock, and that's 70 seconds. They need to complete this map in its entirety. SRP Check holding on the high ground is a very interesting play. It's something I think you said probably wouldn't happen, but here it is happening. Santa Banana taking some damage, having to duck into that corner. Santa Banana getting stunned up and whip-shotted down. Soaks finds that first early pick, the opening that they need. Psycho to take down Vestola, and all the big players are taken down. Ensom going to get first down. The bomb will find a pick.
Dang, 20-player kill streak. Psycho has not... Like, that just tells you it right there. That 20-player kill streak tells me that Psycho has just been protected, has been covered this whole way through, and the German Crusaders recognize that that is their win condition. Okay.
Early Graviton coming out from Vestola, trying to keep this alive. There's a Transcendence, and there's the grab from both these sides. Shatter gonna get stunned up by Santa Banana, gonna not be able to use his Shatter, can't keep it alive. And Banana has a lot of health, is able to swing, gonna take down Hottie. There you go, it's not looking good for SRP Check. Ghost going to get taken down. The bomb from Ensom. Psycho, though, is taken out too and is looking to keep it rolling. Psycho's still alive, so anything's possible for the German Crusaders, but the grab's not gonna find a single pick. Raid boss incoming from Cloud, that's the rally. Psycho down, and with Psycho, the German Crusaders can do anything. But now that Psycho's gone, it is all too short, and SRP Check takes control of the wheel, and they're in the driver's seat for the rest of this series.
It is a dang close series despite that 2-0, but I will say SRP Check absolutely knows how to come out on top when they need to. German Crusaders were able to string those fights together, but that's only half of the fight, right? Like, you have to be able to clutch out and hit and win those fights when those moments hit. If you just can, if you can get yourself to the end, but you can't close out, if you lose too much time on the clock, you just don't have the safety. Every fight win is supposed to be a snowball for you, but in this case, the SRP Check just kind of able to stop the snowball in its tracks for right now.
Yeah, and it's very, very nerve-wracking for German Crusaders. That was your map pick. That was the ace in the hole. That was where you went, you know what? We've got this. We're confident. We own the finish line here. But it turns out that SRP Check still had that extra step, was still just a step ahead. And now we're coming into another map picked by the German Crusaders. We're going to Rialto after this short break. So when we come back, we're going to have to see if the German Crusaders can start to turn this around, or if SRP Check is going to keep this momentum running and run it all the way to the championship. So don't go anywhere. Don't change the Twitch channel. We'll be right back. See ya.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
Inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
so far, it's been more of the same here in the grand finals of the CGL EU GOATS tournament with SR Peak Check running the game thus far. The German Crusaders have had signs of life, especially on our control map, but they haven't a point to show for it, haven't a map win under their belt, and now it's starting to get dire. Here I'm K-Wing back still with Soav, and what's going wrong here for German Crusaders? They have so much potential. Why aren't they getting the wins?
I think it's easier to say what is going right for SRP Check, but I'll address your question first, because what's going wrong is kind of a mix of things. It's a combination of the play styles, the aggression that German Crusaders have shown through this tournament that catches a lot of it. They haven't necessarily played orthodox GOATs in a lot of ways. You know, even if you checked in last match, you saw so many grab, bomb, shatter combos. You know, there was a lot more teamwork in this. This has been more raw death ball out of the German Crusaders, and that's just how their style of play is preferred. SRP Check doing a little bit more of those kinds of those GOATs fundamentals you might have used to be seeing, where it's pairing ults together, you know, making sure you save and not layer your ultimates, your support ultimates as you need to.
Whoa.
But nope, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it, K-Wing. That would make my day.
They're on the defense. They're on the defense.
Okay, look, I'm okay. Finally, finally, some delicious food. All right, let's talk about why Winston in this high ground matters for a moment, K-Wing, because the German Crusaders are going to have an even harder time if SR Peak Check continues to control this high ground. This makes engaging with Winston so much easier. Bubble blocks so many just protective shots from the Zen. It makes it so much harder to get that. I don't know if this Winston stays. It might just be a one-off tactic, but I do really genuinely like this pick here.
I do too, and they don't see the Winston just yet. Where is Santa Banana going to engage? There they go. This sort of double bubble composition that we had in Overwatch 1 has come back with a vengeance, jumping in with the Winston and jumping out. It's almost impossible to take him down as German Crusaders are struggling on the low ground, and in jumps Santa Banana to harass his backline. Pistola is going to get the first DMAC, Ensum going down, and there's the sign to engage for SR Peak Check. Cloud going to go very low and actually going to get taken down. Hadi getting that pin. Psycho throwing in the grab. And it's going to make things very, very difficult for SR Peak Check. We'll have to see if that Winston's going to stay.
Yeah, I mean, if the Winston stays, it's probably not staying here. We might go back to the Reinhardt. I do think the Winston does a great job of cycling control of the point with D.Va in a lot of ways. You know, you're able to get in, trade out. Yeah, it's going to go to the Ryan. That makes sense. I do like the idea for these initial points where you have these high grounds to maintain, but we're back to traditional GOATs as we know it. The one thing it does give German Crusaders is an ult advantage here, because Santa Banana had to stack some ult charge for that, so German Crusaders should be primed to keep this train rolling and keep these fight wins chaining.
That they should be, and Santa Banana trying to charge up to this ult very quickly, but it's going to be very difficult. Hadi getting stunned up, barely staying alive. The beat, not enough to keep Silks in there. Transcendence used, cycling these through. Chatter lands onto 2 as Hadi gets taken down. And those are the fundamentals that we were talking about, the combo.
Yep. And that's the difference maker, right? Is the German Crusaders are playing a lot more individualistic, just a deathball comp, which is fine. It is a deathball comp in theory. It's just a very high teamwork, high ult importance deathball comp, and that's where SRP Check is kind of getting ahead. That's what they're doing right. They're using these individual characters to their unique advantages going into this. But, you know, SRP Check now they have the ult bank lead. Now they should just be able to chain this win.
Yeah, that they should be in. Ghost getting that opening pick on the level 1 quick is devastating for SR Peak Check. Grab coming out from Psycho. No picks on the board for it. Silks goes down. Hadi next after. Oh, and this is going to be some delays onto Psycho. If they can get this pick, it's big. Big boop from Admiral.
Take that. Love
Huge.
that for it. Okay, I'm not really sold on that decision, but okay.
I mean, it does get them some pace, but you're really low on ults. I don't know if you have that luxury at this point.
Yeah.
German Crusaders, they're struggling.
You're back to 0. That I think you genuinely wanted a refund for it. Yeah, the space has been given up eventually. SRP check just has the ult tank over you. Like, level 1 Crook is the closest with Trance, and there's way too much on the other side that you can't like, Trance isn't going to stop all of this. So SRP check, they win this with a quick, fast execute.
Yeah, and they're smart here. They know they have the ult advantage, so they're not going to press for a quick fight. They're going to wait till its last fight territory, till German Crusaders won't be able to recover from this absolute 6 ult fest. This absolute 6 ult pounding that's going to be coming right their way. It's going to get German Crusaders some ults, but not 6. I tell you that, it won't get them all 6. SRP check has a full gamut, building up that permanent armor from the rally, and they're ready to push in here. German Crusaders need something big from this Shatter Bomb combo. They need it big, and they need it now. Otherwise, they might just be a bit out of luck. Just back and forth. Both teams poking just a little bit of contest. Hottie sitting behind the cart waiting. The shields come, and there goes the Shatter. 4 caught in, but the beat goes down. Stops any follow-up. There goes Psycho. There's the grab. There's the bomb to take down Ariel. And Ariel's bomb doesn't get a single thing. SRP check now on the disadvantage. Might have waited a bit too long. Yeah. Shatter's gonna land onto 3, including the supports. Ensom gets the mech, but Santa Banana goes down. Admiral as well. The German Crusaders somehow take this victory.
I'm gonna say it, K-Wing. I think the German Crusaders got lucky. I think SRP check squandered their advantage, and I think that, you know, they gave them that, honestly. I feel like if SRP check, yeah, you wanted to play for last fight, I understand that. You could have cleaned up last fight, taken the space, and then denied that. There was other ways to go about that. I just think that you kind of, we messed around and found out. Like, that's kind of what this feels like, honestly, to me.
Ooh, Santa Banana taking out Aku as well. That's a big loss for German Crusaders. The pin's gonna go through, but Hottie's gonna be the one taken down. The daring way to pin. It's not gonna pay off for the German Crusaders. They're gonna be stuck on the other side of this bridge.
It's not a good place to be in, honestly. You're just in the wide open there. And now that the bridge chokehold is back for SRP check, it's going to be even harder to get through this. You have the control of all of these angles. You have the safety of cover. And I mean, SRP check just, again, has the ultimates. I just don't want to see them squander this advantage because they have it. Good move.
Yeah, I mean, here you go. 4 ults on the side of SRP check, like you were saying. And only 3, but they're coming up to the other 3 for German Crusaders. They have a chance to win this. They have a chance to charge up all these big ults. But there's the grab early from Vestola, catching a few. Bomb drops right in on top of them. Still staying alive. Santa Banana's going to get taken down. So will Vestola. And SRP check will wisely get out of dodge.
Yeah, you have to try to just put down some of these ultimates and try again. It's going to cost you a good dry fight or 2 here. You know, you spent it to try to get it, but thankfully you did get a lot out of the Crusaders in a lot of regards. You know, they're coming into 5 ults, but you stalled out the time bank, and that's been your key thing here. You will get one last touch before, oh gosh, before
a Shatter drops in. Shatter from Santa Banana gonna land onto 2, and it's gonna be Soaks taken out. No rally on the field. Admiral gonna get burst down. I think that might have been an Ajax in the grab. Point pushes through, and it's going to get captured up. Somehow SRP check just didn't have those supports, lost a big amount of ults. The German Crusaders have new life.
Yeah. I mean, German Crusaders had the ultimate advantage there. Like, it just was in their favor from the start. But again, it's a shame. We almost shouldn't be here, but SRP check, you know, minute 30 on the clock, still a chance to kind of right the wrong and push through this. German Crusaders did have to spend to get here. They'll have rally, they'll have grab, they'll have a Trance to push forward on this. And they'll be pretty much matched for across the board, Trance being the difference maker versus a Diva Bomb. And I personally value the longevity of the healing.
Oh, well, level 1 Quick and Soaks are gone. Those ults are off the board. No ults needed, only just a view from SRP. Check German Crusaders beat back.
Yeah, that's one way to negate that advantage. Move the player from the game. So it's going to be a close spawn hold. We saw German Crusaders do this. You're going to have to fight your way through this. This is what this is what I wanted to see. Play it closer, buy the timeout this way. If you have to get a fight later on overtime, just let it happen.
Hotie's going to charge all the way into the back, go for the back cap. There's no way SRP check are going to fall for this, right? Well, they're going to get caught in the grab. Self-destruct sequence thrown in, and they're going to push through. They're not going to fall for this. This isn't going to happen. That wouldn't happen in my gold games. It does force positioning, though, but the fight lost for German Crusaders. Santa Banana, though, going to get taken down. If both Reinhardt's gone. Transcendence out from Ghost. A lot of ults used for SRP check. Maybe this is what the German Crusaders needed. Maybe this was a big brain play from the Hottie himself. Now at this ever so dreaded choke point of the doors. Need to stay on it, need to push in overtime. And it's going to be very tough for the German Crusaders. 4 ults on the board for them. They're pushing through.
It was the right decision. You needed to, if nothing else, buy more space, and now you have an overtime and a choke mode with an ult advantage that you can win with here. So tools are in your favor. The German Crusaders might have just made it a sneaky decision that gets them the win here.
Shatter only going to draw out that beat. Vistola's grab going to get devoured, and Vistola not soon after. Grab sucked in, but Santa Banana will land onto a few, but there's nothing followed up on. And Santa Banana's not looking good. Hottie gets it, and somehow, some way, when it seemed like the German Crusaders had their backs against the wall, they finish Rialto and put themselves in great position to not let this go 4-0.
The Crusaders have really just been checking SRP check in a lot of ways in this regard. Really checking their dedication to win a fight at a particular space and time. Yeah, you let Hottie go, and maybe in the back of your head, you're like, oh, we'll clean him up later. Sure, this is throwing. This feels like throwing. It is if you actually do, clean up the fight, come back and let that happen. It forced SRP check to make a decision. Look, we can't hold this front hold. We have to go back and stop this. Otherwise, he caps for free. Same thing with that point B moment. SRP check, we have the ultimates. Let's just wait this out, try to play for the time. It's really testing the decision-making of SRP check, and SRP check has not, unfortunately, been clearing the check in that regards. That's the second time that a decision made or something they've tried to accomplish, hold, try to buy out time, really didn't turn in their favor. So that kind of decision-making, you're up 2-0, sure, it's the first of 4, like you have games to spare, but if you really want to close this out with a statement, you can't let those moments happen. This attack has to look and feel a little bit cleaner.
It really does. SRP check, it's the first time we've really seen these mistakes come out from them. And they've been forced by the German Crusaders. They've been put in that point where they just have to make a mistake. And now for SRP check, they have a big push they have to make, and very close hold coming in from the German Crusaders aerial. Going to get pinned into the backline, needs to dash away. Psycho's going to go down, and that might just end that close hold very, very quickly. Even losing Admiral's not going to be enough to turn this around. Yeah, you lose Hottie, you're done.
Yeah, I mean, you're never expecting to get a ton out of that close hold. It's always just, well, how much time can we stall in? Any time is better than 0, so sure, why not? That's fine. You didn't give up enough ult charge is really the most important thing there. Looking across the board, Vistola is way ahead in grab, and that is the only number that really is, that drastic. So Vistola leading the way in this means that if SRP check again, move quick, move timely, play smart, they can build grab and use that first and maybe steal a couple easy kills.
Or they can just take out Sos immediately. Who even needs the grab at that point? They take out Hottie. There's no support, nothing there. And SRP check, they've made mistakes, but they're not making them again.
No, they're not letting that happen. They know that they can win these fights, and I think that's the thing that really stands out to me is they know how to do this. These are players that have done this. They've seen the peak of goods. These players have seen this in the past. Both of these teams have, but I think SRP check, they realize, look, we're kind of playing with our food. Let's hunker down, play as a full team, and capitalize on the errors we see.
Yeah, and that's what they've been doing 100% in this round. Both Divas squaring off on the high ground aerial. Both defense matrix going in. That's a bit of a 2v1 with that Lucio over on the side. A bit of pressure going to still clear off the high ground. There's the shatter right into the shield of Hadi. Diva Bomb, big shatter is gonna land onto 2. Backline, Diva Bomb not getting any picks. Transcendence and beat both stacks for the German Crusaders. That usually is a bit of a mistake. The Diva Bomb won't land. A lot of ults thrown into this fight, and it's German Crusaders coming out on the bottom of it. SR Peak Jack still keeps the cart rolling.
As we all know, it's the war of attrition. Last ult used was likely to signify your win, so SRP check saved it. Again, it's fundamentals. Don't double up your support ultimates. Don't make sure your tank combos hit and land, find any value, and it just works a little bit better that way. But again, like you said, it was a costly fight. We're back to basically neutral. Santa Banana is holding on to the, on the grab on their side. Crusaders have Graviton Surge on their side. So there's
Pistola. Oh, Pistola gets caught out. Just gets caught behind those boxes, and that's the opening the German Crusaders need. Shatter lands onto 4. Is it enough to turn around for SRP Check? Throws out the Shatter. Transcendence is there to keep them alive. Cloud's gonna get pinned into the stratosphere, and they just barely hold on, German Crusaders, as long as they can finish off these last few players.
Yeah, it'll be a hold for now, but this is the first fight win in quite a few at this point. So get your team together. You have 5 ultimates coming up. Your ult advantage favors you here. So one chain fight snowballs this. Every single ult matters, and the more fights you win, the more you generate ult and build around that way. So this could be the start of a great hold from the Crusaders to take their first map win if they continue to play like this.
Yeah, and now it's a matter of draining time off the board for the Crusaders. Like you said, a lot of ults online, both grabs thrown in, but it's Ariel to find the double kill Diva Bomb. And it's just what German Crusaders have been lacking this entire time, is those big Diva Bombs that SRP Check has been finding in spades. Ariel picking up even more incredible stuff.
You've nailed it, and I don't want to harp on it because it's not in the Crusaders style. I don't think we're going to see as many of those impressive Diva Bombs as we had out of SRP Check or other teams even, but it unfortunately is kind of a key element to a lot of this. If that's what's different, that's what makes the difference for SRP Check. If that's what gets him success, that's what it takes. And Ariel already has another bomb online, so it's not like there's not a grab bomb combo around the corner. German Crusaders, you have a singular beat versus this huge onslaught of ultimates upcoming. SRP Check just wins this on the longer fight.
Graviton thrown in, Psycho gets taken down, bomb into the back, not finding anything, but it doesn't even matter, it seems, as SRP Check keeps it rolling and gonna shatter the supports to make sure that the staggers have to come in.
You love to see the target selection anyways, if nothing else, so it'll be on. There's not going to be a touch. There will be. There's no touch. Yeah, there's no chance. 3 minutes and 55, K-Wing.
Ooh.
That is a...
Yeah.
That's cruising. That's cruising.
Yeah, I mean, without that minute that's added to both these teams' time banks, that's still almost 3 minutes they finished on the clock with. That's not to be sneezed at. Rialto,
no.
It's such a difficult map to finish. It's such a difficult map. Every single point on that second streets phase is a disaster to try and push through, and SRP Check made it look easy.
I can't say anything more to that. You're absolutely right. They did. They made it look so simple, and they made it look... I don't want to say it was clinical, because there were some moments where you could see things didn't quite line up how they wanted, but they made it look kind of what we're used to seeing, right? Like, we're used to seeing, if you've been around the CGL lineup in past, you're used to seeing these kinds of setups for big plays for Diva Bombs. That's the traditional GOATS kind of teamwork we're used to seeing, and SRP Check is keeping that teamwork together, is keeping those plays coming. You can see the communication kind of turning, in motion, as opposed to the German Crusaders, who are, it's there, but they're really kind of dependent on, making sure someone hits a, Psycho hits a big moment, or they set up somebody for success as opposed to making this work. It is going to be the Winston start again. I mean, you have to assume it's coming, but I don't know how long this holds. This Winston holds as long as they can rotate between the Winston and the D.Va to defend the point and buy out time.
And they're fine to buy out time, SRP check. They have shown us that they know exactly when they want to just stall out and wait, and when they want to actually push in and take this Ryan v Ryan duel as, Ariel's going to go in a bit too long, going to get D-mech on the ground floor and get shredded through. It might just be the same for Santa Banana. The stall's going to come through, but eventually will head to the water and probably swap onto the Ryan.
Yeah, we're going to get back into some traditional go-take we've seen in action. Considering we got this season, look, I'm happy we just got a little bit of Winton action today. And, it's unfortunate we don't get, SRP Check doesn't get the ult charge to go along with that, because it does make this next fight a little bit harder, right? German Crusaders already coming into most of their ultimates. Santa Banana is now behind. Aerials is behind. German Crusaders should be able to keep this rolling, maybe even take a little space ahead. This should just be theirs to keep rolling. There's not even a
that should. Early rally from German Crusaders pushing through is the shatter.
There it is.
Landing onto 3. And that is just all she wrote for SRP check. German Crusaders going to push through to point B, but they need to get so much more. They'd want to get to the end of point B if they want something comfortable.
For SRP check, it's damage mitigation now. They had a minute to hold. It's now just saying, all right, what do we need to do to get a stop? You have grab, you have rally, you have bomb. You spent 2 of your other defensives. You have offensive tools to make this work. You might all in on this fight here to make a stop. And I think that's the right call.
You might, and there's the grab. The bomb might come into the back. Soaks is going to go down to the German Crusaders. They need something big. Bomb from Ariel. Nothing in the kill feed to show for it. Santa Banana going down very low, barely staying alive, 40 HP and a dream, and still is able to swing the hammer for SRP check, planted in the ground, and say the buck and the payload stops here. 36 meters is all you get. And it's now 3 minutes and 49 seconds for SRP check. They want to go to match and tournament point.
I think SRP check just have the number here in a lot of ways. Let's look back to the previous map, Kings Row, or I'm sorry, Blizzard World won there. It wasn't their pick. This again was the German Crusaders pick, and for what it's worth, they had a good run on this. They clearly know where they want to take the fight if you're the German Crusaders. And SRP check just kind of have a few more tricks up their sleeves. Yeah, the Winston start is like a little bit of a meme trick, but the realism behind it is that it tells me that SRP check scrimmed this and thought about this and planned for these kinds of contingencies. And that kind of planning and decision making tells me that SRP check probably has a few more tricks and plans up their sleeves, especially on a high pressure moment like this. German Crusaders, I want to see them play a little bit more defensively, a little bit more passively. I want them to wait for the right moment to try to capitalize on SRP check, because right now they've been playing the aggressor and they've been trying to initiate fights, and Hadi's been trying to get pins out of the blue, but we really haven't seen much success from it. So I really want to see them kind of pull it back a little and try to capitalize on errors as opposed to force errors.
Yeah, that's what German Crusaders need. They need to find those errors. They need to make them happen as well. And I think they've done a fairly good job of it so far, but they need even more if they want a chance against SRP check with 3 minutes still ticking down. German Crusaders going to drop off the high ground. Hadi in a bit of trouble, gets the counter charge and stays alive through it. Ghost 91, the first to go down, but Hadi next to fall. It's an even 5v5, but no Reinhardt for the German Crusaders means they're in a bit of a frenzy, a bit of a tizzy, and they're going to lose 2 to Santa Banana. The beat comes in very, very late. just to get the German Crusaders out of there in time.
I don't know. I think you want a refund on that. You would have saved that for next fight. You maybe get one more fight after this point B. I don't know, K-Wing. I feel like you might want to refund that.
What do they do for the grab here? You can't rally into a grab. Grab bomb going to be thrown in long range. It's going to get them that. No, it doesn't even get them the point. Grab thrown in. Psycho and Hottie, that was a big mistake for SR Peak Check, methinks.
Yeah, I completely agree. This has shades of first time around. I understand the plan. We're trying to, you know what, if we can grab them, we can deny the touch, sure. I'd rather just use the grab to complete a solo kill. I think that was a little bit of a greedy play in some regards, and I think that this may come back to punish them.
It may indeed. I mean, you got 3 ults on the side of German Crusaders compared to SRP Check with 4 of their own, but you've got a defensive ult for German Crusaders.
It's all defensive.
Really is.
It's just they win a longer fight here if they stagger these ultimates out. They just win this.
Yeah, German Crusaders, they have so much to do. They have the Shatter stunned up! Stunned up Cloud stuns Howdy out of the Shatter. The bash that might send them through this point. Diva Bomb thrown into the back, lands onto Cloud, but Aerials is much, much bigger. And that'll be point B, going the way of SR Peak Check, and they keep their defensive ultimates.
They only still have 1 to win that, plus the Diva Bomb. That is huge. That means that this next fight for Peak Check, that same win condition carries over, and look at that red team. There is nothing across the board. You get a sound barrier and a shatter, maybe?
Stagger.
They have to stagger this, yeah.
Hottie's not going to get there in time. They just have to do this Diva stagger. The bubble's going to get shattered into oblivion. Ensign going to get taken down. Aku as well. And it's just not enough for the German Crusaders. Not a far enough push. And not enough. That was as close as they could get it. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And we are playing neither of those games. SR Peak Check going to tournament point.
It's a well-deserved position to be in through these matches too, considering that they've been winning, against, the German Crusaders map picks. It really does tell you a lot, and I want to echo back something I think that is the most important to all this is that, the Winston pick, I'm memeing about it. I do love everybody loves Winton. I love my Winton.
We love Winton.
Like, we all love Winton. Like, no one's going to say no to seeing that, but it really does feel very intentional. It wasn't a throw. It wasn't just like a little meme thing. It felt very intentional. And that tells me that SR Peak Check really has done the research to plan out strategies across multiple maps. Rialto has kind of been the map of choice in that regard, but that tells me that the research, the planning, the scrims have all been there. It tells me that they are taking this seriously and that they really do want to win.
Yeah, and now we get down to do or die time for the German Crusaders. One last map to try and turn this around. 1 point, and it's going to be, it's going to be Assault. And it's going to be Temple of Anubis. It's a pretty well-known GOATS map on the Assault type, but it's such an unknown. I mean, for you and I haven't cast an Assault map before this tournament. It had been a solid year and a half since I had even thought about 2CP and Temple of Draw Anubis and Drawskaya Industries, etc., etc. I blocked that out of my mind, and yet here we are again.
See, I haven't casted any, but admittingly I had been thinking about these maps just because I know there's still a thing in the back of our mind. They're still hanging around in the code somewhere. But I think the other part to all this, and Anubis in particular, is that this is the preferred mode for this, and we kind of seen it previously on stream a lot. You saw it last match in the winners finals too, and then the losers finals again. Like, this is the preferred map. It's just kind of very, as Loki said, I'm going to echo their sentiments. It's solved. It's very easy to kind of know, which way are you going to pick your attacks, which way are you going to path, and which way are you going to set up your, which way are you heading with A, B, and C, It's very easy to kind of know that. Trust me, it's like riding a bike in a lot of ways, especially when you're, in this case, playing GOATS. So it's like climbing a mountain if you're a goat. You just kind of instinctually know what it is. It's in there. You might not fully remember it in the moment, but you'll know the second you hit that small pack room. It's okay, we're waiting for someone to get booped through the hallway, or, oh, we're going to take this high ground. We're going to take the right side high ground up, and we have to get to the health pack, and we have to make sure, you know, we clear the stairwell and take anybody that dives us. The fundamentals are always in there. They're burned in from when you played it, but I think Anubis in particular is kind of more burned into everybody's head.
I couldn't agree with you more there. I even have, in the little like competitive Overwatch experience I still have the idea of, okay, we start off in the small choke, we speed left, we go through that small choke point, we wait for the speed to recharge, we speed through that small choke point and take a fight on the elevated high ground. And it's very second nature.
Fundamental. Yeah.
Yeah. And if I have that in my very few like university, junior varsity Overwatch scrims, think about how people like Hadi, people like LH Cloudy, Vestola, Admiral, all these players, even Ghost 91, even someone who is 17 playing at this level, even Ghost 91 is going to have some knowledge of this map and know what's going on with it.
Oh yeah, they can do this in their sleep. Even in my gold, CGL games, we knew exactly, we had our pathing, we knew exactly when to hold for boost, where to try to take fights. Now the question mark, I think, kind of what you were mentioning though, is let's see how ingrained these fundamentals are, and let's see what the decision making looks like. Because when we've looked at decision making of where do we take fights, how do we take fights, SR Peak Check has made some. They've made enough to win, but some of their decisions we've had to stop and be like, what's going on here? So their attack is going to really kind of come down to, where are we taking these fights? What decisions are we making? That could mean the difference between a quick point A and an elongated point A.
Yeah, and that's exactly what SR Peak Check are going to do. Wait, they're playing this a bit silly. They're going around. They're trying to juke out German Crusaders and take this other high ground. And they're going to succeed in that incredibly well. That's where they're going to find themselves. trying to get them on that pincer. But now it's SR Peak Check landing on the point and having some very good position with Santa Banana up in front. Level 1 Crook going to be the first down. Chased down by the Diva as that high ground gets cleared off. And barely staying alive. Hadi's going to get taken out. With the DMAC coming through, SR Peak Check is ready and raring, and they're already at point B, chasing down the Zarya.
I mean, yeah. It was a great rotation, realistically, from SR Peak Check. The positioning was just great. Like you said, they had that pincer maneuver completed. What on earth is going on, K-Wing?
What is happening? The grab and the bomb are getting thrown out. Hadi's getting taken down. Ensum as well. This is disastrous for German Crusaders. The snowball has snowballed Soab, and it is going to be 5 minutes and 28 seconds on the map for SR Peak Check. They said, okay, time's done. It's almost dinner. It's over. I think it's Cloudy's bedtime. It might just be someone's bedtime on SR Peak Check. Go said, you know what? My mom's telling me we got to be done in 30 minutes. So, let's wrap this up, guys.
Mom said I can't play any more Overwatch today. I've been at the computer for the last 8 hours. Like, yeah, like that's what I'm talking about though, right? Is, getting the positioning, getting yourself in, getting your team ready, those kinds of fundamentals. They knew, you knew exactly, look, we've won fight A, let's push up, take space. And boy, did they take the space. They knew exactly they could contest this. That 5:30 clock is a statement. That says, look, we are done playing with our food. We want to close this out. We want our money, and we want to go home and go to bed. And I think SR Peak Check has made a solid statement in that regards. The German Crusaders now have the difficult problem of responding in the same, and it's going to come down to those same fundamentals of just, can you force SR Peak Check to make an error? Can you force them to throw out a couple of abilities maybe out of timing? Something that gives you an advantage, and I don't know, it's a tough act to follow up, K-Wing.
It truly is a tough one to follow. 5 minutes 30 is close to probably your theoretical limit for how fast this map can go. Probably around 6 minutes is your fastest.
Yeah.
SR Peak Check just did that as fast as they could. And they did something amazing. German Crusaders, are they going to try the traditional way that they are? They're going to push up onto this high ground. They're going to do it the way that you normally see teams do it. Point A is never usually too tough for these teams to push through, but point B, where you see the difficulties really come through, but especially Cloud going down, Soaks traded out. Some very scrappy fighting going on. Hottie and Soaks going down. German Crusaders are defeated at the first checkpoint.
It's a tough way to like that route is very tough. That choke point is very hard to get any value of. You know, you have to play around it. You have to maybe hope your Lucio can come in and catch that, but it's not an easy. I'm making it sound a little bit easier than it probably really is. So SRP Check did manage to build a little bit more ults in the bank there. They'll come to the transfers, they'll come to the shatter first. And German Crusaders, again, you just kind of gotta, wow, that early contest. You just gotta kind of push this button out.
Yeah, they're jumping in. The beat's gonna come in from SRP Check. Honestly, they might not have even needed that, as now SRP Check, they are going incredibly aggressive. Oh no. Oh, not like this. Don't do it to them.
There's not much. Look, what am I analyzing here? This is just SRP.
Good morning.
Yeah, this is just SRP Check, just knowing that they can get away with so much. So, well, the D.Va spotted. Good. I'm saying good. The D.Va should check that and spot that. Good. She's gonna get punished, but good.
Bomb.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. The bomb kills 3.
Okay, Wing.
Come on, Color Caster, give us the analysis. Tell us what happened there.
They played themselves. They played themselves. What do you want me to say to that? I don't really know what to say. That's SRP Check playing themselves. They went for something sneaky, and it backfired. It's not the first time we've seen that, but they will get a recontest here.
Blood thinks he's Bumper. Blood really thinks he's Bumper. As the bomb's gonna come in over the back, does land in onto Ensign, taking them down. Vestola, though, getting burst down for SRP Check. German Crusaders might be able to keep this point cap going. If they can just continue those advantages. Santa Banana, the shatter comes through. Psycho's gonna get charged and shattered. Still staying alive, but Hottie, the peel gives his life for it. The German Crusaders will edge out that first point, but with some struggle.
We shouldn't be here, K-Wing. SRP Check was just messing, gave him that. Now we got 4 minutes to play through. They just wanted us to see more quality Overwatch, and I can't blame them. But it did cost them a lot. German Crusaders, again, you know, you're coming into all 3 defensive ultimates. SRP Check doesn't have nearly enough to match.
Oh no, the grab onto 1 for German Crusaders. Can't even find that solo pick. Psycho is going to get thrown off that small bridge, going to delay them just a little bit. Ariel taking a lot of damage, stunned up and taken down out of that mech. The beat only going to provide some healing for so long. That shield won't last forever. German Crusaders, there's the shatter from Santa Banana. Charge going to get denied by the break bash. Another one quick going down. Ghost 91 and the rest of SRP Check keeping this point on lock.
For now. Again, SRP Check, you know, we shouldn't even have to be here. We should have been doing this. They're going to give us more incredible Overwatch. I'm not going to complain. It is a costly fight, though. You know, you did get most of it out. And the German Crusaders, you know, time banks dwindling. You have a grab bomb combo. I think you can get that past trance, but you have to set it up and use it. And that's not been their strength here. So I have some concerns for this next attack, Kayla.
Yeah, these bombs have usually been coming in dry, and well, they haven't found much of anything. It's usually been when SRP Check trying some silly little thing. There's the grab and there's the bomb, but it's Ariel's bomb that's getting thrown in. Vestola throwing in the grab, catching everyone in it. Bomb thrown in. Guys, you throw the bomb in on your own grab, not in the grab you're caught up in. Psycho and Soak, though, finding picks of their own. Picks starting to come through. The German Crusaders might just have something. Ox barely stays alive through the charge. The break rally might have just kept their health up just a bit. Shatter not finding much of anything. It's just Hottie, and there's the Lucio fighting in that corner. D.Va demeched. It's just how long can the German Crusaders keep this going? How long can they keep this stone rolling? There's the shatter, gonna get canceled out for Santa Banana. Bomb comes in, takes out Vistola, and the staggers keep on rolling through. The quick flying Diva staying utterly still in the air. Ariel's gonna get taken down. A minute 40 compared to 5:28. German Crusaders, they finished the map, but it was a struggle to say the least. And I mean, compare those time banks.
Yeah.
Almost 4 full minutes behind SRP check.
Yeah, SRP check really did make the German Crusaders earn it in a lot of ways. They made them fight until the end, and every single stagger there, you know, it just buy out time, make it a little, clear the gap a little bit. We always knew this was going to go around again. I think in our deepest of hearts of 2CP Blackness, like we knew this was going to go around again, but this now makes it significantly shorter. 1 minute 40 for the Crusaders means that you probably clear A and have a singular, maybe 2 attacks on B if you're lucky. I think that given how SRP Check has been playing, you know, they win those first couple fights. Those first fights have constantly gone their ways. They'll find the first pick and they'll win from that. And the Crusaders kind of need a fight or two to get it going, and you cannot afford that. So if this history of, you know, we need a fight or two to really get ultimates online and find a win condition continues, German Crusaders may not make it to point 2.
No, and now German Crusaders, they have the chance they need, a minute and 40 seconds to keep this run alive, to keep them going in this tournament and in this match. Down 3-0, if they want to win, it's gotta start here. As the Diva starts to engage, Hadi pushing forward, needs to find those early picks. Again, Ariel on this Diva engaging very quickly. Can they find a mistake in this drop down from Santa Banana? Santa Banana a little alone. The counter charge is there. Stunned up. Is Santa Banana, can they get the kill? Ghost's gonna go down. Santa Banana as well. Cloud, they're finding these picks, German Crusaders. Can they get it in the first fight? It looks like they will, and I believe they get a touch of extra time. I'm not sure though.
30 seconds. You get an extra 30 seconds to run it just to get there, to get everybody together. So they'll be able to fight as a full 6 with a little bit of extra time going into this, but it's gonna be one fight with how these how these have been going. And I'm looking at these support lines. It's all pretty similar. It's just going to come down to whoever ends up using these ultimates a little bit later than everybody else. Hadi does have the only shatter, so that may be the difference maker to keep an eye out for also. If he hits a shatter, it could be over.
Psycho's grab could be big as well. That's the 2 big tank ults you got to look for. Early rally thrown in from Soaks. Santa Banana knocked off the side. Shatter's going to go through, or no, I completely misheard. Shatter and grab combo thrown out. 2 stunned up, but there's no picks off it. Cloud finally going to get charged. The beat can't protect them. Hadi and everyone coming together on the German Crusaders. In onto Psycho. Psycho stays alive through the Transcendence, keeps them up. Shatter goes right into the shield of Hadi. The German Crusaders have their chance, but they've lost Psycho. They've lost their damage. They've lost their hammer. They've lost their shield. And they've lost their team.
And that means they more than likely have lost the round for now, so they'll have to settle for the additional point on this. There might be a last-second touch, but I don't see anything that gives me much hope. They'll probably have to commit rally and/or somebody to the point just to live.
Yeah, with Aku going down, there's no one to touch. Great stuff from Ghost 91 there to take out Aku and prevent any chance of the overtime. You have to respect Ghost 91 on the side of SRP Check. It's one of the players that we highlighted really well, and I meant it when I said Ghost 91 is 17 years old and is playing alongside former Overwatch League pros and contenders dominance, and still coming out looking insane.
Give them some credit. They played contenders as well. They knew they are not. They're not unfamiliar with this pressure. So like, but still, like, I don't know about you, but at 17, I sure was not able to hit shots like that. So, you know,
I'm not able to hit shots like that.
Yeah, even now. Yeah, for real.
4 years later, I'm still not anywhere near Ghost, because I wouldn't be here.
But you do highlight a good point though, which is that Ghost 91 and their counterpart in Crook, you know, of the 2 of those in the Zenyatta roles, which is a pretty pivotal role in a lot of regards, where discard's floating to when you use trance. Ghost has made a lot more noise in a lot of regards than level 1 Crook has, and Crook, you know, in previous matches had been pretty noisy, getting a lot of picks, finding a lot of value, but Ghost has been a lot more noisy this time around. 5-minute time bank, I mean, you can make a little mistake, you can kind of cheese it up here, you can take your time getting A, but I think SR Peak Check, you know, they shouldn't be able to run this. Like, it ran it through A pretty quickly. They just need to force another error, and because they know how to capitalize on the error. They've shown us that.
That they have. They know how to capitalize. They know how to find these mistakes.
Like this.
And now they're just waiting for those moments to come through. Oh, Aku has to play so safe there. Cannot get found out. Otherwise, it might be all over for the Crusaders. They need to drain time off the bank. Otherwise, it might be all over. They've seen Hadi caught out, but Hadi's going to get the pin onto Cloud. There's that opening pick, but Hadi might have gone in too far. Going to take out Ghost, but you lose your Reinhardt, and you might be out of luck. And the spawns are so much closer for SR Peak Check.
They are, and again, that time bank builds up. That'll be something that works in their favor, but what isn't in their favor is the ult economy right now. So SR Peak Check will have the time to regroup, but so will the Crusaders. And you know, I see Aku's a little bit behind in Sound Barrier, but I do see that Aerial's behind in Bomb. You know, there's the aggressive ultimates are behind for SR Peak, and that gives me concern for this next attack. It might just be worth a dry, slower push to get yours caught up.
It might be. You have Hadi over on the right side, going to be scouted out, I believe, by SR Peak Check. They're not going to fall for that. Hopefully, immediately, I think, stunned up. There's the Graviton thrown in. Admiral going to go down. Bomb in from Aerial. Doesn't find a soul. Now SR Peak Check, caught without their Lucio, is going to get run over. Shatter lands in, but Santa's is bigger. Lands onto 2. No picks off of them directly, but Santa Banana's gonna go down, just overwhelmed with no Lucio. Admiral's got the beat. Vasola takes him out with takes themselves out with self-damage. That's all of their damage gone. And now it's just Psycho there to pump in the deeps. And it is max deep season for Psycho. German Crusaders still keeping this alive and getting the stun and the stagger onto Aerial.
That's so huge. And it's already burned some minutes up on the clock, too. You know, I said you had time to spare SR Peak Check, but, you know, don't waste the time. You could definitely make this. And, you know, you spent most of your ultimates there. You'll get a few back, but German Crusaders just holding on to a few more, 4 in the bag for them. And, again, I think you just kind of need to force the error. You know, it's going to be a slow, pretty plain fight for you for SR Peak Check. Try to make an error and capitalize on it. That's where you found success. I know that's easier said than done, but you got to do it.
Yeah, Graviton Surge from Psycho. Bomb into the back. Ensom can't find it. Can't find those picks. The bomb drop in. Santa Banana's the first to go down. Even still, SR Peak Check. Can't find it. Psycho, though, gonna get taken down. They lose the Zarya. They lose the charge. Shatter in. Lands onto 2. Vestola needs to get taken out now. Cloud very low. Gonna get taken out by Crook. Vestola throws in the grab. The damage is there. Can Vestola stay alive? Going to get taken down. And that is a big loss for SR Peak Check. Admiral has to use the beat to stay alive. Hadi going to stagger himself out just a little bit more. Santa Banana, though, going to get taken out late. Aerial on the Diva has to run away. This might be turning around in the favor of SR Peak Check. No, the stagger's going to come in onto Aerial. It's not looking good. They're just going to abandon Aerial over on the side.
I don't think this is the time to play with the food. And you've already burned, you know, 3 minutes off the clock, so let's just get a regroup, give up some space if you need to, and get it together if you're the Crusaders, because SR Peak Check does have those faster spawns, and they realize the time is quite literally running out under 2 minutes now. And no ultimates on board for Peak Check, but German Crusaders hold an advantage in that Shatter.
Shatter from Hadi is gone, but Vestola's gonna get taken out. The damage gone for SR Peak Check, and they're just gonna run through. German Crusaders have taken a 5.5-minute time bank down to only 1.
This is, something feels off, K-Wing. This is not the SR Peak Check we saw on the first go-around. What's going on here? Did German Crusaders just kind of figure out what was going on? Because it feels like they understand the playbook now, and now going into this probably last fight here, 2 defensive ultimates up, no real, you have Psycho's grab, who's been kind of quiet. I'm watching for him, though, because this is his moment to shine with this Graviton Surge.
Oh, Psycho with a big grab. Vestola, there's the beat. Diva Bomb thrown in over top. Both.
Huge.
Ansem lands onto 2. Ariel gonna get taken down. Just 1 person advantage for SR Peak Check. But there you go. German Crusaders gonna push in on that 1 person advantage. Keep Psycho alive. The charge is up. 30 seconds left. So have SR Peak Check have lost 5 minutes, and now they're on the verge of losing this map.
I wish I had an answer for this one. It feels like they've been trying to force this left side too frequently. They took that first point and that first capture so efficiently, but it's just kind of crumbled here. They do have rally, they have shatter, they'll have grab. There's only 1 defensive plus a rally. Those 2 defensives across rally beat. I mean, if you can catch somebody out here, SRP Check could win on these ultimates.
Vistola going to get taken down for SRP Check, but Hadi as well gone. Ariel gone. It's trades. It's gonna be scrappy. Admiral taken out. The Shatter gonna get stunned up. Overtime will tick away. And German Crusaders are not done with this tournament. German Crusaders are not done with this series. German Crusaders will not quit. They will not surrender. And they will never say die.
Just LOL in chat, I think this summarizes everything I feel right now. It feels like, you know, we kind of wondered and we're joking about, you know, is everybody remember how to play 2CP? I don't know. Maybe SRP Check did forget, because the fundamentals looked great on the first go-around. They looked really good. You know, you don't clear a 5-minute time bank without having an understanding of your map. But whatever changed for the German Crusaders in the second half, and it looks like the teamwork just kind of came a little bit more together in some regards, really worked out for them.
It really did. And now, German Crusaders, I mean, that was miraculous.
Yeah,
I was
nuts.
getting
That's
ready.
nuts.
We were getting ready for like the end of the tournament. We were like, all right, you know, 5.5 minutes to get a tick on point B, when it took them, you know, less time than it takes me to heat up a microwave mac and cheese to get the entirety of point B first go around. We're gonna be done here and out before, you know, before anything. And German Crusaders not only held them on point B and got the draw, that would have been miraculous enough. With 5.5 minutes, that would have been a miracle.
Yeah.
German Crusaders full held SRP Check, a team that has been running circles around them for just this entire tournament, this entire match, this entire tournament. And oh my goodness, full held them for 5.5 minutes over and over and over again. That is a turnaround. And now going on to Control, the only map where we saw that signs of life at the start, there's some hope on the side of German Crusaders. So, oh boys. So we're going to take a quick break to catch our breath, because that was such a crazy one. Oh boy. So when we come back, we're going to go hang tight. We're going to come back to our Control map and see if SRP Check can turn that around, or if German Crusaders might just use their time in the driver's seat to step on the gas. Don't go anywhere. Don't change the
Cash
channel.
and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours.
we have had a change. We have started off with SR Peak Check in the driver's seat, dominant on every single map with only minor stumbles on control. We walked into Temple of Anubis thinking it was the last stand for the German Crusaders, and it seemed to not be going well. 5 minutes lay on the time bank, and all SRP check needed was one singular tick on point B. And not only did the Crusaders hold the line, but they full held SRP check for 5.5 minutes. And now they have life, they have chance to keep this rolling. Welcome back to the EU CGL GOATS tournament. I'm carrying here with Sohav. Sohav, what just happened?
We saw quite a few things there, and I think a lot of it has to do with how well the German Crusaders played there. I think is really a lot of it. Like you said, not only did they hold the line, but they held for 5 minutes, and that's no easy task. And a lot of that came down to, I asked them earlier in the night, please just play a little bit more defensively. And that's what they did. Early, Hadi going in a little bit deeper, maybe testing his luck a little bit further. And that wasn't there on this second half. It was almost as if, I don't know, maybe some sort of like finals was on the line or something. And maybe we needed to kind of hunker down and really play for the stakes. And that's kind of what feels like kicked in there. And sometimes that's what it takes. On the other side of the coin, SR Peak Check still played very well going into Temple of Anubis, and they cleared the first time. Point A done, already pushed on a point B done, and I mean, it was a phenomenal sight, but just something didn't quite click in the back end. Maybe it was just thinking, we were already across the finish line. Maybe it was assuming and getting too comfy, but something happened there. And as we get into Nepal, if you are SR Peak Check, you cannot let that comfort settle in. You are 3-1. Yeah, sure, you might have thought you were going to roll this, but the Crusaders have showed you they are not down and out. So if you are kind of cruising and maybe just kind of on driver, on like auto drive, you kind of got to step back and be like, look, all right, we shouldn't have lost that. We blew a huge lead. Let's hunker down, take village, and make the statement back that we are here to win this out.
Yeah, we saw those signs of life first on control on Ilios. The Warm there had some fire in them. Now let's see if German Crusaders can keep that fire going in the cold of Nepal. Already SR Peak Check pushing in onto point, making German Crusaders aggress onto them. That's okay, that is how these styles combine, but Hadi's already going to get demolished. That Discord from Ghost91 shreds him. That's a quick win for SR Peak Check.
Remember what I said? Hadi was playing a little bit more defensively, and that was not kind of the case. He overstepped his lines a little bit too far, got a little bit too far into the SRP control point, and was punished for it. Once you lose Ryan, there's your shield, there's your wall, it's kind of done. SRP Check just going to play to figure out where they're coming from and try to set the point from there. They'll be meeting on mid, so SRP Check, expect them to maybe fall back and take this on the point where they have more control.
Yeah, they have more control, and they have to force German Crusaders through this tight choke. Psycho coming up to that grab, that big ult so early, but there's two defensive ultimates coming up for SR Peak Check. So it's going to be negated pretty quickly. The question is, how hard can they go with it? Transcendence used, Santa Banana frozen up. Both Transcendences used, Diva Bomb into the back, but nothing there from either Diva. Hadi has the Shatter, going to drop it onto Vistola. Going to get counter-pinned by Santa Banana. Vistola going to go so incredibly low, but sticks into it and takes out Hadi, gets the double, and cleans up the German Crusaders.
As always, the war of attrition pays off, and I think what paid off especially is that SRP Check had been taking the point this whole time. So you're already at 70%. Now we're looking to one-fight territory, even more assuredly, if you take this fight a little bit early and if you pick where they're coming from. So, just trying to find the angles here. It's a pretty much a dry fight from both sides. There is a sound barrier up for Aku, who's, it rallies the next closest, shatters there, but this has to be an engage on it.
Oh, the early pin. Hadi finds Admiral. has the shatter online, gonna jump it in onto Santa Banana. The German Crusaders still have some life in them, but they're going to get it 99-0.
Good recognition. That was what I wanted, was to see them, push the tempo there, use the Lucio beat to give them an advantage and go in fearless. They're rewarded with the point. Granted, it's still one fight and they have a long way to go, but this is the start of the snowball. Now they have grab, now they have trance. They have tools in their bag to kind of make this work, where Santa Banana, it's just, it's your shatter and you have a sound barrier for it. Good luck. Oh, no way!
In from downtown, the shatter going to go wide right between those teams. 2 picks already. Psycho going down. The shatter onto SRP check, though, finds 3. Hottie has the chance, has some hope here for the German Crusaders. They're still going down. Diva Bomb getting thrown in from Ensum. Hit them the mech back. They're going to stay alive. Rally comes through. Hottie trying to charge in. That point still going for the German Crusaders. They need this pick, but Soaks is going to get taken down by the Diva Bomb. Point flips to SRP check. Overtime Wick burning down, and it will burn down to its very core. They can't get Psycho enough charge, enough stall. And so that overtime Wick will burn. Round 1 to SRP check. And the German Crusaders need something more.
I think they need to make sure they win these first fights, right? Like we always talk about, and know it's a fundamental how crucial it is to get to the point first, get control of the point, and set where you want to take the fight. And coming into everybody's favorite death pit now, this becomes even more important. Now you're also dodging Lucio boops. Now you're dodging Diva boops because of how important that bridge space control is. Yeah, you can stick grabs to walls. You can kind of push people where you need them to do against this. But if you can maintain this bridge control and give your Zenyatta a safe place to fire from, and a little bit of safe angles and safe havens to keep discords up and keep heals up, and be safe from shatters, you should be able to get this. So I want to see Crusaders push to get there first and hopefully win that high ground.
Yeah, they're on that bridge control. They're going over on the side. Hottie gonna pin Vestola all the way across, but Admiral with a double kill boop. And it lets SRP just take down Peel for Vestola. That is not good for the Crusaders.
I mean, Admiral go burr. Like, what else do you want me to say to that? Like, you can't do anything when a Lucio just hits a 2K boop. I said you have to watch for these Lucios, and Admiral has hit so many of those boops throughout this tournament. You know he's good for it, so you have to respect the Lucio here from SRP check, and that's going to come with some difficulties. Now you're behind if you're the German Crusaders, and you're playing up against the wall. Admiral already has sound barrier.
Oh, Soaks gets taken down. The Shatter's going to land onto 3, but no follow-up in sight for the German Crusaders. Hottie is too deep and too far.
It was a good thought, but the German Crusaders are kind of doing the thing that I was afraid they would do, is they started to separate a little bit more in the death ball. You can see the Diva from Exnom try to go in deep, try to pressure the Zen out, but unfortunately got punished. The peel was right there, and I think that's the difference. The peel, the teamwork from SRP check, has just looked a little bit better, and they are looking to make that statement here as it rounds to 45. They're looking to close it out with that, and the 5 ultimates in the bag.
5 ults in the bag is going to be so tough. Beat comes in for the German Crusaders, both bombs in. Transcendence still there for level 1 quick, going to get it thrown in early. Has to play safe, going to get thrown about. Both Reinhardt's going to get taken out. So it's going to be a scrappy fight onto these fundamentals. Transcendence in for Ghost, uses it later. No picks yet for the German Crusaders. Hottie has a shatter, but everyone's going low. It's going to be the Diva getting wrecked. German Crusaders, they need this fight win, especially if it goes longer. The Shatter's going to land onto 2. It'll get the D-Mech, but they need so much more. And they won't find it, and the stagger is going to be absolutely brutal.
Yeah, this has to be a get-out situation. 10% on the clock. 10% on the clock means that Diva or Lucio gives their lives to it. Hattie's even going to switch. No, okay. Was thinking about the Winston to maybe get back there in time. Decides it's not worth it.
With the whip shot!
Did they make it?
The whip shot!
Whip shot!
The whip shot! What an incredible play!
Wow.
Denies the touch. Cloud on the side of SR Peak Check hits the whip shot, and SR Peak Check SR might have died with Overwatch 1, but SRP Check will live on as CGL GOATS champions. An incredible performance and an incredible team. They seal the deal in the end.
It was, to say their run is anything less than stellar would be underselling it, I think. You know, they've dropped barely 2 to 3 maps this whole game. One against the console team, you know, one against, you know, a fellow squad of, you know, Overwatch previous, you know, contenders previous. This run really is phenomenal in a lot of ways. They had to overcome a lot of trained GOATS teams, a lot of high talent players across multiple consoles. It really does speak. They deserve to be the EU Open champs.
They completely do. And when we're talking about this team, I mean, we need to think about specifically a specific award. And it's a tough ask.
Yeah.
Because GOATS is such a team-based game and is such an incredible it's such an incredible time, and it is such an incredible thing that you really can't pick one person.
It's an incredible event, and it's picking the MVP for our finals, the Laura Talentire MVP GOATS Award, who was one of the longtime staff CGL members here. Had a help in founding GOATS, was a longtime lover of this format. So she passed recently, and you know, in her honor, we are going to award that. But I mean, I'm same with you. I'm not sure who it really is here, but I have a couple thoughts in my head, and for some reason, I'm kind of just looking at Ghost. I feel like he was so impactful through most of this. And yeah, it's not a flashy role all the time, but it is one of the most important roles when you look at where's your Discord orb, where are you putting these transcendences, how are you timing them? And Ghost not only did all that, but consistently showed up in the kill feed as well. And I just have to say that he stood out to me as one of the more outstanding players in this finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to pick this award. We are two casters, and if we disagree on anything, there's no real tiebreaker voice here. But
you got a different sell me on a different opinion, K-Wing.
We won't need a tiebreaker. We won't need a different opinion, because I completely agree with you there. Ghost 91 was an incredible player throughout this tournament, throughout this entire game. And like you said, I think that for our votes for the Laura Talentire MVP, GOATS MVP award goes to Ghost 91, an incredible player, and an incredible team, and an incredible championship. So great job to those players. And for German Crusaders, they took a team that had been the bane, the undoing of every single team this side of the bracket, and they gave them quite a run for their money on Control, on Hybrid, on Assault, especially putting up a legendary defense. And they lived with honor, and they died with glory, and not to mention a fair share of the prize pool themselves. So not going home empty-handed, the German Crusaders, but SRP Check, our champions.
I mean, I think that pretty much sums it all up. The one thing I will say is that if you enjoyed all the GOATS action, you know, there's always going to be more down the line, but Season 13 of CGL is just around the corner. So if you also love playing, you know, regular Overwatch, there's not just console here. There's also PC. If you want to play amongst some of the greater talents that you've seen in this GOATS tournament, they play in that as well. So don't be afraid to step up, reach out, and see how you can get you and your squad involved too.
Yeah, an incredible tournament. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you to our wonderful broadcast family, and for the incredible talents of Rhino, our producer, and our incredible observers who came here today and gave us such an incredible story to work with, as well as everyone who worked both on the front lines, on the camera, and off for the EU GOATS tournament. This is K-Wing and Soab signing off. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be having some NA. Oh, who else we got? We think.
No, you got.
Who else we thinking?
No, you nailed it. You already said it. Continue. I'm sorry. I cut you off there. Go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Tell them about NA, K-Wing.
We've got NA coming up in just a few moments. We're going to take a minute to get that all set up, get our casters swapped out for new ones, because I don't know about you, Soab, but I am exhausted. I could not go a single moment. This was too intense, too hype. SRP check winning out 4-1 over German Crusaders, taking home the EU GOATS Championship. And in just a few moments, we're going to crown an NA champion as well. We'll see who pushes their way into grand finals and who is defeated. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment for some more GOATS action. Thank you all. Goodbye.